Good morning. I'd like to welcome members, officers and members of the public in the chamber and watching at home to this in-person licensing subcommittee hearing. Please note that the meeting is being live streamed on YouTube and the recording will be available following the end of the meeting on YouTube channel. Election of the chair. Can I please request nominations for chair of this meeting of the subcommittee?
I would like to nominate Councillor Alistair Willoughby.
Can I please have a seconder for Councillor Alistair Willoughby?
I second.
Thank you. If no objection from members, I confirm that Councillor Willoughby is therefore elected as chair for this meeting, and I will hand over to them.
Thank you. Right. We move straight on to election of a reserve member. Could I have a nomination for the reserve member, please? I think you don't. You can tell.
I nominate myself.
Excellent. Could I have a seconder for Councillor Patmore, please, as reserve member?
Yeah, second that.
Thank you. Councillor Patmore is therefore the reserve member at this subcommittee meeting. I will now go on to the hearing procedure. Just very briefly, I want to say that I am aware that there has recently been a review on this venue's licence. However, because of the appeal window on the previous licence review overlapping with this hearing on the variation of licence, we must consider this variation against the original licence pre-review. Could I please invite the committee manager to outline the hearing preliminary, which is detailed on page 3 of the agenda pack?
Thank you, Chair. So the subcommittee will consist of 3 voting members with a 4th reserve member listening to the hearing and engaging in questioning. Licensing officer. The licensing officer will be invited to present their report and the other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may ask questions of the licensing officer. We are not joined by any other persons supporting the variation. Other persons opposing the variation. The other persons opposing the variation will be invited in turn to present their submissions and other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may ask questions of the other persons opposing the variation. Premises licence holder and their representatives will be invited to present their submission and other parties will be able to ask questions of fact on this. The subcommittee may ask questions of the premises licence holder and their representatives. Following those submissions, each group in the following order will be invited to make closing statements to the subcommittee. Questions may not be asked by any other parties or the subcommittee at this stage. That will go licensing officer, other persons supporting the variation where we have none today, other persons opposing the variation, and then the premises licence holder and their representatives. Decision. The subcommittee will undertake their deliberations in private and will return to announce their determination in the council chamber, and this will be shown on the live stream. However, if members of the public leave the chamber or building during the deliberations, the subcommittee will not wait until all parties have returned to make this announcement. A copy of the decision will be forwarded to all the relevant parties electronically as soon as possible. Are there any questions before we proceed with the hearing? No, thank you then, Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Could I please invite the legal advisor, Dimple Ruchand, to outline the matters for consideration at this meeting?
Thank you, Chair. So you have before you a application to vary pursuant to section 34 of the Licensing Act. As you've already outlined, the current licence is up for consideration, is dated the 2nd of November 2018. And I believe everyone now has a copy of that because that replaces the Appendix A in the pack that was published. I understand that the application for variation has been amended by the applicant today, and that is within a compressed bundle, and that is for you to consider today, the terms of that application. In terms of the application, so the variation proposes to amend the licensable licensable area as per the plan that was attached to the application, and to vary the conditions so that there can be 3 events per calendar year with an intended capacity of 7,500 plus, and 1 event with a maximum capacity of 19,999 persons. Chair, one thing that does spring to mind for your consideration is to question whether these are single or multiple day events for both types of events that are requested. And you have representations from environmental health within the pack for you to consider, which are some conditions that have been agreed between the applicant and environmental health. I think that's, unless you've got any other questions.
Sorry. I have no questions. Does anyone else on the panel have them? No? Thank you. Right. Could I please invite Sharon Bartram, the licensing officer, to present any additions or amendments to the report?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. This variation application was passed to me at the end of the consultation period by the former case officer who carried out the initial actions. I have some comments in relation to today's hearing that may assist. The application is for the variation of an existing premises licence. The subcommittee can only consider the requested variation. It cannot make any amendments to the existing licence. The licence holders applied to reduce some of the licensable hours and in addition to increase maximum capacity to 24,999 and to extend the site by 14,069 square metres in the camping area and by 129,149 square metres beside the parking and quiet camping area. Although the dimensions were not provided on the original plan, the licence holders have kindly provided this information on the plan in their bundle. Mr. Payne, who is representing the licence holders, submitted the bundle which has been circulated to all parties. Redactions were made to the bundle to remove personal data and risk to security information, although unredacted copies were provided to the subcommittee and legal representative. The applicant's bundle contained a revised application which is being offered as a reduction of the original application in response to the representations. Mr. Payne clarified that there would be a maximum of 3 events with capacity up to 14,999, with 1 event with capacity up to 19,999. There are also redactions to some of the licensable hours and amended conditions. It is the revised application that the subcommittee should be considering today. Mediation between parties was attempted following receipt of the revised application, which proved unsuccessful. Mrs. Colgrave, who will be speaking on behalf of herself, Bygrave Parish Council and other persons, she has submitted a PowerPoint presentation which has been circulated to the licence holders and the subcommittee. All the documents submitted have been accepted and are admissible and can be referred to and presented in today's hearing. No further written evidence can be submitted during the hearing without all party consent. Other persons who intend to speak today are reminded that their oral submissions must be confined to matters included within their submitted representations. Although these matters can be expanded upon, new evidence cannot be introduced. Redacted sections of representations cannot be referred to orally, and there is no right of challenge against redactions today. All 4 licensing objectives have been raised in representations. Any matters not relating to one of the 4 licensing objectives are not relevant to today's hearing and must not be discussed or considered. Appendix F contains responses from responsible authorities to assist the subcommittee in understanding each authority's position. It is important that the subcommittee appreciate that none of the representations in Appendix F oppose the variation application. A new Appendix F1 was published on the website and parties were notified by email. This pertains to the agreement of conditions between Gareth Gwynne Smith, the designated premises supervisor, and James Beeson, senior environmental health officer. Although these conditions have been agreed by both parties, should the variation application be refused in totality, the conditions would not be applied. If the variation application is approved, or if this part of it is approved, most of these conditions are already on the licence and they've been combined with police conditions relating to the EMP or the event management plan, and it would therefore only be the missing conditions that would be added to the premises licence. Appendix G contains comments from the police. However, little weight can be apportioned to these comments as it's not a formal representation, having been received outside of the consultation period. Admissible representations from other persons were received in Appendix E. Appendix E contains those objecting to the application, and Appendix H contains those supporting the application. If the variation were to be approved, the subcommittee must consider the impact or likely impact on the licensing objectives during events. The licensing process should determine how the use of the premises can be managed and whether the proposed variations are appropriate in relation to the narrow considerations of the 4 licensing objectives. The officer's report refers to the council statement of licensing policy, and in particular the following paragraphs. Paragraph B6 states, "Our vision is to ensure that North Hertfordshire continues to offer a diverse range of well-managed licensed venues and community and cultural activities within a safe and enjoyable environment in both the daytime and nighttime economy." Paragraph B10 states, "The council is aware that those living in the rural communities of the district often do so to enjoy the quiet of a rural location. In making a balanced decision, the council accepts that the level of disturbance that is reasonable in a rural location will be less than in a town centre location. This could be addressed by reduced licensable activity timings, particularly in the evenings and early mornings, and the frequency of activities. Whilst a one-off event may cause some reasonable disturbance, it would be more tolerable than an event lasting multiple days or occurring numerous times throughout the year." In making its determination, the subcommittee should be aware that the Act is permissive, therefore should begin their deliberations by asking themselves, having regard to the promotion of the licensing objectives and the evidence before them, can the application be granted as applied for? If so, it must be granted. If not, can appropriate and proportionate conditions be imposed to mitigate any issues to ensure the promotion of the licensing objectives? If so, the subcommittee must impose the conditions and grant the application. If not, the application must be refused. I'm happy to answer questions now or during the hearing at your discretion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Does the premises license holder or their representatives have any points of clarification for the licensing officer?
I'm grateful. Thank you.
Okay. Do any of the other persons opposing the variation have any points of clarification for the licensing officer? And do any members of the subcommittee have any points of clarification for the licensing officer? Councillor Dennis.
Yes, thank you. Just as a point of clarification in respect of the variation around numbers that's being asked, obviously the variation and the existing license specify numbers of events in excess of certain capacity, and that starts from 7,500. Is there any limit in respect of the events that can be held with attendees below 7,500? And is there any impact that this variation has on that wider operation?
I think I'll have to get back to you on that one, I'm afraid. At the moment, I've just quoted the variation that's come in, that's been published, but obviously there's the variation that's come in that's been revised, but minimum numbers I don't know.
It might be helpful, certainly in the ambit of doing a hearing by discussion, that I give you the answer to that question to help the licensing officer. There is no impact on this application for the events that consist of 7,500 or below. it's simply not part of this application at all.
Thank you. Are there any further points of clarification? No. Okay, thank you. Right. In which case, could I please invite the other persons opposing the variation in turn to present their submissions opposing the variation? Who'd like to go first? Please.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Julie Colgrave, and I live in one of the homes closest to the event site, Bygrave Plantation, or Bygrave Woods as it's known locally. I'm representing Bygrave Parish Council and others who formally oppose the application to vary the premises licence. I've been working closely with Bygrave Parish Council for a few years now to try to address the significant issues that festivals and other events held at the site have caused for local people. Attempts to resolve those issues with the licence holder directly failed. So reluctantly, at the end of last year, Bygrave Parish Council applied for the licence to be reviewed. On the 17th of February, there was a hearing to consider the application. It was a very long meeting, some 10 hours, at the end of which the subcommittee announced some changes to the licence to try to address the problems. They found 3 failings against the promotion of the licensing objectives. I'd like to express our thanks to the Licence Review Subcommittee for allowing us the opportunity to present our case and for giving the application such careful consideration. And although we would have liked them to go further, we are grateful for the changes that were made and respect their decision. So they stated that in reaching their decision, they tried to balance the business needs of the licence holder with the people living near the site and affected by events held there. The application being considered today would, if approved, upset that balance, which the Licence Review Committee was looking to strike. And we had hoped that the licence holder would recognise this and withdraw their application. Unfortunately, they haven't. So here we are today. So today you are being asked by the licence holder to agree to changes which override key modifications made by the Licence Review Subcommittee just over 3 weeks ago.
Sorry, could I just
Yeah.
cut in? We can't consider the review process that's happened. So unfortunately, we have to consider this against the pre-review license. So the review isn't, it's not relevant to this hearing. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Just saying.
can I just say that there will be some information that absolutely is relevant. And I have to say, I'm extremely disappointed that this decision has been made today. So the licensing officer provided a report 2 weeks ago that set out that the license to be considered was the one after the changes that were agreed in February. So everything that we've prepared has been on that basis. And, you know, if the license holder had an issue with that, that could have been raised 2 weeks ago, rather than putting us in the position now, just literally on the spot, to trying to change presentation that we've prepared. And this is people's lives we're talking about. These events cause a massive issue to people. And there was evidence that was heard at that review that's absolutely critical to the decisions you're being asked to make today, if you're going to override what that review committee decided.
I know it's
Yeah.
not ideal. Sorry, I know it's not ideal.
I'm sorry, I feel
for-
quite emotional about this.
No,
but I'm
I
sure you
can absolutely
understand.
understand, because obviously you had prepared based on, and obviously you had been through the appeal aspect of this, but we do have to keep this relevant to this variation hearing. And I appreciate that there will be stuff that crosses over between the two, but if you could try to keep to the parts that do apply to this. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to cover today in my presentation, some of it I'm going to have to skip over and try and adapt as we go along. So please bear with me on that. I'm going to begin by looking at the festival site and the surrounding area, which I think will help you to understand why the variation that's been applied for is completely and totally inappropriate for the area. Then I'm going to go through the proposed changes to the licence. I'm going to go through the ones that were originally proposed, because that's what the consultation was held on. And I will at the end come back to look at the application as being recently amended. But the responses that people have made were based on that original application, and I think that's important to understand. And I'm going to look at the principal reasons why people have objected, so the key concerns, as it were. And then I'm also going to look at the events that are already in planning for 2025, because I think that becomes really relevant in terms of what else might be being considered. And I'll end with a quick summary. Now, I understand you've already received a copy of my presentation, so I'll go through some of the slides quite quickly. But if anything's unclear, please come back to it at the end, because I understand that's when questions will be allowed. Okay, so next slide, please. Right, so we're now going to look at some maps and local sort of layout plans. So next slide, please. So here we've got an aerial view of the locality. The festival site is broadly in the middle of that, and I'm going to show you exactly where it is on a subsequent slide. You can see from the swathes of green and ploughed fields, it's a rural area, clearly rural. And that's important because the licensing policy for North Herts recognises that rural areas are different. Next slide, please. I know Sharon has just read this out to you, but I'm going to go through it again because I think it's absolutely crucial to what you're being asked to consider today. So this is paragraph B10 of the statement of licensing policy, which states the council is aware that those living in the rural communities of the district often do so to enjoy the quiet of a rural location. In making a balanced decision, the council accepts that the level of disturbance that is reasonable in a rural location will be less than in a town centre location. This could be addressed by reduced licensable activity timings, particularly in the evenings and early mornings, and the frequency of activities. So whilst a one-off event may cause some reasonable disturbance, it will be more tolerable than an event lasting multiple days or recurring numerous times throughout the year. And I'd like you to keep that in mind as I go through my presentation, please. Next slide, please. So here you can see the current festival site. The green lines show the different areas of the site, and the red is the licensed area. So for every event that's held at the site, a detailed event management plan to be drawn up, agreed with the licensing authority and the responsible authorities. And that covers which parts of the event site are going to be used and for what purposes. Next slide, please. So here you can see the same sort of picture of the festival site tipped upside down, so rotated 180 degrees. And I've done that because you can then spot it more easily on the map of the local area. And then to the right is a more up-to-date, a slightly glossier version of the site plan. The blue areas are the parking areas, and they lie outside the licensed area. But I'd like you to particularly focus in on the red and green ones in the bottom triangle. So those are the Woodland Arena and the main arena, and those are where the stages are typically held for music festivals and for large events, and that become important in a moment. So next slide, please. So here you can see back to the map of the local area. In the big red sort of oval is the festival site, the blue ones are the parking areas, and in red you've got the village of Upper Bygrave. Next slide, please. And at the top there, in a sort of slightly wonky red oval, are the Woodland and main arenas. And at the bottom of the picture, you can see the houses in Upper Bygrave. So you can see just how close some of those houses are to the Woodland and main arena, where the events and the festivals are typically held. And there's quite often 3 stages in that part of the field of the festival event, and one of them will face straight into Bygrave. Next slide, please. Right, so I've sort of set the scene. I want to now look at the application. So in discussions with the licence holder, I have to say that there's never been any suggestion that they were going to look to change the licence. And because they've got a really wide-ranging licence at the moment, and you'll see that when I come on to some later slides, it never even occurred to us the possibility that they would look to widen it even further. Especially considering the trouble that we were having with the festivals, which they were well aware of. So the first time we knew that they were looking to vary the licence was when this sign appeared at the edge of the festival sites in the middle of the fields. And it was luckily spotted by one of my neighbours who was out for a dog walk. So you can see in the top bit of it, sort of zoomed in on it, it shows that the changes that were being applied for were changes to the licensing hours, the operations. And then it says underneath, other relevant information not applicable. Now, the underlining is mine. Okay, so at first we thought, okay, well, the hours are being reduced. They're going to be harmonised because they're different for different activities at the moment, and they're reduced. But they're not going to solve the problems that we have. It's still going to be music till 4 o'clock in the morning at weekends. But then we started to think, well, hang on a minute, something feels a bit off about this, because they don't need to change the licence just to change the hours that they operate. They can just operate to reduced hours. So why would they go to time and trouble of applying for a formal variation to the licence? So we did a bit of digging around, and a few days later we tracked down the actual application form, and then things became much clearer, let's say. So when we found out that they're actually applying to hold much bigger and more frequent big events, and I'll come on to that in a moment, and also to make the event site bigger as well. So I had a chat with Councillor Tyson, and we agreed that the notice was basically incorrect and materially incorrect. And he picked this up with the licensing officer, not Ms. Bartram is here today, but the previous licensing officer, and they were reissued. Next slide, please. So here you can see the revised sign, which now has the same information about a change in operating hours, but does say increasing capacity to 24999. And again, my underlining, I have to say one of our neighbours looked at it again, still couldn't see anything different, but it is there. What is not there is the proposal to increase the event site. Okay. And this time, one of the signs was put up by the roadside, which was helpful rather than just in the middle of muddy fields. Okay, we're now going to look at the changes that have been applied for in a bit more detail. So next slide, please. So the first one is to introduce a new licensable activity, so performance of dance. To be honest, we've only just picked up that that was being applied for, just by combing through things a little bit more carefully, and to harmonise the hours of operation across all activities. It's different hours for different things at the moment, which is a little odd, but confusing as well. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go through all the licensable activities, but I do want to look at music, both indoors and outdoors, and both recorded and live, because music noise is a massive issue for us, particularly nighttime music noise. So you can see they were proposing for the noise to end a little bit earlier, right throughout the period, but still till 4 o'clock in the morning at weekends, and 1 o'clock on a Friday morning, so on a work or school night, as you might think of it. A couple of things to note about the current licence, and quite frankly, I find this quite astounding, but anyway, under the current licence, they can have recorded music until 4 AM on a Friday morning, and 9 AM on Saturday and Sunday mornings, and live music without stopping from midday on Thursday until midnight on Sunday. So 84 hours without stopping. Now in practice, they don't do that, but they do. Recent events have gone till 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's been later than that in the past. And these events keep whole families awake the whole night, Under the licence, we're not supposed to be able to hear it. So it's supposed to comply with the Code of Practice on noise control for concerts. And that says noise should be inaudible from noise sensitive properties after 11 o'clock at night, with windows open in the normal way for ventilation. But that just doesn't happen. We're kept awake. You can hear every bass beat, thump, 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 whole families. And I was going to talk about the changes that have been made, because the Licence Review Committee agreed that was absolutely not reasonable for us to have to put up with sometimes 3 or 4 nights in a row and multiple times throughout the year. Okay, next slide, please. Now, I think I'm going to have to move on from that because that sets out the times that were agreed. But they did agree that it wasn't reasonable for us to be putting up with this. Okay, next slide, please. So the second part was to increase the capacity of events. So the current licence, and I think this will answer Councillor Denison's earlier question, is they can have unlimited events for up to 7,500 people every single day of the year if they want. No limit whatsoever. I've never seen another licence like that. And one event each year for between 7,500 and effectively 15,000 people. And they were proposing at this stage, and I will come on later to the revised proposal, which is a bit better, but still, quite frankly, totally unacceptable. Under the proposal, they still want to be able to hold unlimited events for up to 7,500 people, and 4 events each year for between 7,500 and 25,000 people. And I'd just like to, remind you of what paragraph B10 said, which said that maybe a one-off event might cause reasonable disturbance, but that would be more tolerable than multiple events over multiple days, which is what we already have under the licence, without making things even worse. The licence is nowhere near what is envisaged under policy B10. And any changes to make it worse, I just couldn't understand why anybody would do that personally. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is the proposed new area for the licensed site. So apologies, a little bit rough, but I'm not great with PowerPoint. The little blue dots are intended to denote the new bits that have been added on. So my understanding is, if my maths are correct, it's 35 acres of additional site. I couldn't accurately work out the size of the increase in size because I didn't have the information about how big it was currently, but I think it's over a third bigger than it was previously. I'd also draw your attention to, if you look at the left, the village to the left of the map, it can't actually see it, is Newnham. So it's moving the event site, extending it much closer to Newnham. This information was not included, as you saw, as part of the notice for the application to vary the licence. It wasn't on the signs in the field, and it wasn't in the notice that went into local newspapers. And it actually wasn't possible, any way I've been able to find that information out. On the public register, there was the map of the proposed new site, but no map of the existing site. The first time I saw a map of the existing site was the end of January, when the papers were produced for the review hearing. So in my view, notice has not been properly served for this proposed change. And I'll leave you to think that one over. So next slide, please. Okay, and now I'm going to look at the representations that have been made. So these are the numbers of representations that have been made either in support of the proposed variation or opposed to the proposed variation. And these are the ones that have been verified by the licensing officer. These and only these have been verified. So before commenting on these, I want to raise the inclusion in the licence holders bundle of representations which have not been verified and do not meet the licensing officer's criteria. So there were 32 representations which are actually made opposing the licence review. So saying we want festivals. We've never said we don't want festivals. What we said was we don't want the number of festivals. We don't want them to cause the impact on our lives that they do. And we should work together to resolve those issues and have a licence that works for both parties. There were also a handful of emails supporting the application, but they weren't verified by the licensing officer. I'm also going to comment on the email from my husband, James Colgrave, that's in the pack, because including it here is misleading. So this follows a meeting that myself, my husband, Councillor Tyson, and the chair of Bygrove Parish Council had with the licence holder to discuss the application for review of the licence. And at that meeting, we made it very clear that we didn't want the licence to be cancelled, but they were having, the festivals and events were having too much of an impact and unreasonably disturbing local people, that changes needed to be made. And we were, and that was sent to send positive message about working together. In that meeting, he actually said to the licence holder, I really think you ought to withdraw your application for a variation. So he absolutely does not support it, and including it in that pack is misleading. I think that all the representations in the bundle should be ignored. If they were going to be taken into consideration, what you should have in front of you also is the 20-page document from Bygrave Parish Council setting out the case for their application for review of the licence, the 37 representations that were made by people supporting a review of the licence.
To be clear, we're not talking about the review.
But I just want to explain why having one thing in there, those in there, when hours have all been stripped out, seems to me extremely unfair. So there were just 8 verified representations supporting the application, and a number of those are from people connected to the licence holder. There were 29 verified representations opposing this application. Next slide, please. So here you've got the homes on Ashwell Road in Upper Bygrave. Ignore the little blocks, they're just outbuildings. The bigger ones are the homes, and a red dot indicates that the household made a formal verified submission opposing this application. So that is 12 out of 21 households, and others do oppose. We've had meetings, they just didn't submit a representation. Next slide, please. So here you can see the reasons which people cited as being backing their objection to the licence variation application. So the things that are of real concern to them. And I'm going to go through each of those in turn. Next slide, please. So event traffic. So the traffic for events held in the under current licence already cause significant issues. So more people at events means more traffic, which means more traffic issues. And 27 of the 29 people opposing this application, so that's 93%, cited concerns over traffic. There were also concerns raised by one of the respondents supporting the application. So event traffic includes HGVs, so used to transport the festival infrastructure. This is not a permanent site, so everything for every event has to be brought in and taken away again. There's coaches, caravans, camper vans, SUVs and cars. This is a remote location, as you saw, and there's no access by public transport. So most people come by private car. For a large event, there are thousands of vehicles entering and exiting the festival site. So now we're going to look at some of the roads. Now, just to be clear, most of the photographs I show you are not taken from the festival. There are some at the end from the cereals event, which I'll go through. But I just want to be clear, they're stock photos, either on the villagers has taken them or we've found them online. Most of the traffic going through Bygrave enters from the A507 in Baldock with the junction at Bygrave Road. It's a very busy junction. So traffic is always backed up under the railway bridge right across the end of that road. It's very rare you can go straight out. When you're pulling into Bygrave Road, there's reduced visibility. You can see there's a bend in the road. There are yellow lines painted on the road, but there are frequently cars parked on them. So you have to pull out onto the other side of the road, and it's quite often something coming in the other direction. What you can't see here is there's also at that junction a pedestrian refuge, or an island, as I might call them. And we know that articulated vehicles can't enter that road without clipping the sort of load at the back, clips the pedestrian island. And there's a 7.5 ton load limit on that road, except for loading. So taking, particularly the infrastructure down this road, either in or out, is really not suitable, but it does form part of traffic management plans for events, which I find really quite surprising. And at the bottom here, you've got a quote from one of the villagers, and you'll see in my slides, I've got a number of quotes, and they've all been taken from the verified representations to this application to vary the license. Okay, next slide, please. There's one road through Bygrave, so we have no choice but to use it, and it goes from Baldock through to Ashwell. It's a narrow country lane, as you can see from those pictures there, and it is in an awful condition. There's ruts and potholes all along the edges. So it's got much worse over the last couple of years. So you're constantly trying to have to look to see where you might pull in to let something go past, because you can't get too side by side on the normal road. And goodness knows what will happen if you get a rainy day when there's a festival, because there's a number of parts of the road where at least half the road completely floods. Next slide, please. And there's poor visibility in many places. So we've got a number of blind bends, as you can see there. Next slide, please. And it's a sort of sloping, undulating road, which also impacts visibility. Next slide, please. And there are other road users to consider. So the pedestrians frequently use the road, and there's no pavement, no street lighting, and built up verges. So it's very difficult to get out of the way of traffic when it's coming. It's a well-used cycle route. As you can see, our first pictures that we looked at for the road found a cyclist and a pedestrian. And there's a lot of horse riders, because there's a number of stables and paddocks along the route. And also there's a very wide range of bridleways in the area. So you're frequently passing horses when you're driving down the road. And the quote at the bottom makes a very good point about not just sort of adults walking on and using the road. There are children do use the road to cycle to and from school in Knights Templar. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Next slide, please. Yeah, so just to sum up before I start to look at the entry point, I think hopefully you can see that the road is not suitable for the volume and type of traffic associated with events held under current licence, never mind events for more people. And this is the only road in and out of Baldock. So if the road gets gridlocked, and you're going to see in a moment it did for one of the events last year, it's not only inconvenient for people living in the area, it also poses a serious risk if there's a medical or another emergency, because you're not going anywhere fast when these events are on. Okay, so here you've got the event site entry point from Bygrave, that's ringed in red there. It's on a blind bend. It's a difficult junction. You have to be careful when you're going around there. There's quotes from one of our neighbours there making the point about it not being enough space for cars to pass along that side of the road, and they got caught up in traffic and were late picking up their child from primary school as a result of traffic issues. And they were also very nearly hit by a sight van that shot out from the bridleway into the dip opposite to park there. Now they were going cautiously because they'd noticed that there was event work going on. If they hadn't, they would have been hit. The yellow dots are the route then from the road to the event site, and that's a bridleway. And it's a well-used bridleway. And it's really not appropriate to be taking motorised vehicles, but certainly not the thousands of vehicles that we're already looking at, never mind under the variation, down the bridleway. Next slide, please. And here you've got what some of the villagers have had to say about event traffic problems. So the sheer volume of vehicles and the unfamiliarity that persons attending have with the road made any attempt to cycle up or down the hill extremely dangerous. Bumper to bumper streams of cars, taxis, vans and coaches make it impossible to go about daily business while the events are in progress, in addition to being a major safety hazard. Next slide, please. Right, so these are slides actually from an event. So last year there was a large agricultural event, festival or show held at the event site. and they caused absolute chaos from a traffic perspective. No noise issues, and we were delighted with that. We didn't have, house drum and bass music till 4 o'clock in the morning, but we did have a lot of problems with traffic. So these shots are taken. The first one is coming out of Lower Bygrave, and you can see cars waiting for others to come up the hill so they can go down. You can't see it very clearly, but the red shows us the traffic all the way down there, then to the junction, the A507 in Baldock that I showed you earlier. That's a traffic queue of 1.4 miles, and you can see the traffic queuing on that slide. Next slide, the next picture. Next slide, please. Another one capturing the traffic queue, and this one's taken up in Lower Bygrave village, and you can see the traffic was gridlocked in both directions in the village. Now, that shouldn't be a surprise that traffic gridlocks in both directions, because we've got largely single track road. So there aren't many passing places. What there are informal passing places. And if traffic queues and gets stuck bumper to bumper in one side of the road, it's going to do the same on the other side of the road. And a number of people have told me that they got stuck in traffic and were late picking up young children from primary school. And then someone had to turn around and go and do the same thing, go and pick them up at Knights Templar. Because these were on school days. This was middle of June last year. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and here's what some people have had to say about the serials event. So constant traffic jam on the road from Baldock through Lower and Upper Bygrave and onto the event. Those attempting to take children to school or to catch a train ended up being late, and traffic backed all the way back from Baldock to Bygrave. And they made a very good point, as this show exited, as this is not the capacity now being considered. So my understanding is that there were, I think, about 4,000 to 4,500 cars each day for the serials event. Looking here at the events of 25,000 people, you could be looking at 2, 3, or even 4 times those number of cars. And that's what happened. And they were using both exits. They were coming through Bygrave and through Newnham. So you're only seeing one side of the problem. And that's what did 4,500 cars did to the roads. Okay, next slide, please. Whilst this would actually help Bygrave, I think it would be remiss of me not to raise my serious concerns about the proposed alternative route for traffic. So normally when traffic exits onto Bygrave Road, onto Ashwell Road, it turns right, goes through Upper and Lower Bygrave and carries on to the A507. The traffic consultant said they're going to need another route because that might just be too much traffic for Ashwell Road. So the proposal is to also go left, and then to go up a little bit up Ashwell Road, cut across, there's a sort of a farm track, join Kingsland Way, and come out at the Slip End Junction. Now, this is a really dangerous junction. It's a fast-moving road. It's dual carriageway. It's a very straight road. 70 mile per hour limit, and cars do that and more. If they'd be having to join that fast moving busy road, if they want to turn right and then to go into Baldock, they're going to go across 2 lanes of traffic, wait in the middle, and then try and join traffic going the other way. And that could be thousands of cars trying to do that. This is an accident black spot already. I mean, it's only, I hate to say this, but it's only a few months ago, there was a serious traffic accident, that spot, a head-on collision with a car going the wrong way. And that does happen because it's quite confusing because there's an island in the middle. People don't always know that it's a dual carriageway. So if then another route is required, this is not a sensible solution. So I'm saying that even knowing that it might make traffic better for Bygrave, it should not be even being considered. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to move on now to nuisance. I wasn't going to say as much of this because I thought we'd reached a solution in the review meeting that would have made things a lot better for us. But even at that, so increasing the capacity events will only make things worse. There'll be more people, there'll be more stages, and there'll be more more problems. 23 of the 29 people opposing the application, so 79%, cited concerns over noise. And there were also concerns raised by one of the respondents supporting the application. And here's what some of the villagers have had to say. Noise levels are such that during the day we are unable to relax and enjoy our gardens, meet with friends and family at home, as we won't be able to hold a conversation with them due to noise. And I know that. I live across the road from the site. Gardens are no-go area when the events are on. The noise levels, including music and crowd activity, unacceptable language, which I'm going to come on to later, from compares are often intolerable, especially during late night hours. Everyone needs to sleep, and to maybe have 3 or 4 weekends in the summer when you should when you'd expect to be enjoying your garden, to be holed up in the house with your windows shut is unacceptable, because you have to do that. Noise is intrusive even in the house. And one of my neighbours refers to her son had been woken up multiple times by the noise. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, before I move on to that, I just wanted to say it's not, nighttime noise is a huge issue. I thought that had been resolved. I've got neighbours who say one of my neighbours, there's no room in their house where they can get away from the noise. They've tried sleeping in the corner of the sitting room when the events were on. They've gone 2 nights without sleep. And lots of people have referred to that. People go away when the festivals are on, others won't because they're worried about leaving their homes. These events have a huge impact on our lives, on our quality of our lives and our well-being. And so I'd be remiss of me, you're not hearing all the evidence that was submitted at the review meeting. Where there was a lot of comments made. It's quite frankly, I could get really quite upset just talking about it. It's an awful thing to have to deal with. Okay, next slide, please. And it's not just the people in the houses closest to the festival site that get the noise. Now, this is from somebody who lives next Odsey. That's about 2 miles away from the festival site. He said, I've complained in the past about the public nuisance caused by excessive noise until 4 a.m. in the morning. I know they've said they hear every bump, every bass note. It's horrendous. And that's 2 miles away from the festival site. Next slide, please. And it's not just the noise nuisance that we have to deal with, the sort of music noise. We get traffic. So cars up and down throughout the night, and the festival goers. And on these will certainly get worse if they're allowed to have bigger and more frequent big events. As it becomes if it's a bigger event, it's harder to exit a site quickly. So what's going to happen is they're going to park up in the village, or they'll get picked up in the village. And the houses in the village are very close to the pavement. When we had an event a few years ago where something went wrong with the transport arrangements, and we had hundreds, if not thousands, of people in the village late at night in people's gardens. I'll tell you later on, weeing in the gardens, all sorts of things. That will increase if there are bigger events, because people want a quick getaway. It always happens. We'll get more crowd noise, and we'll just get more people generally in the village, and potentially, we've just seen today what I'm sure they'll come on to, is what they're proposing about the events. They're proposing that these big events will be a combination of weekend camping and one-day people coming. So the people could be leaving under this at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning because they've only got a day ticket. And so we could get this, we'll just get no sleep and no peace for possibly from Thursday through to Monday, which is just not acceptable, and certainly doesn't come anywhere close to what policy B10 is suggesting would be reasonable for not just over a rural area. I don't think anybody in the town would be thinking that's acceptable. Next slide, please. Right, that brings me on quite neatly, I think, to the antisocial behaviour. So I'm sad to say that we experience antisocial and criminal behaviour in and around our village during the festival. So behaviour which I can assure you we don't normally encounter in Bygrave village, and we don't think we should have to put up with it. So we have so 21 of the 29 people opposing the application, so 72% cited concerns, and they in doing that they referenced their own experiences of antisocial behaviour. And actually, one of the respondents supporting application also referenced antisocial behaviour. So we have them urinate in the village, they defecate on the public rights of way, they come in people's gardens because sometimes they're trying to find an easy way into the festival site, sometimes they're illegal entry to the festival site. They leave litter in the village, surrounding area, into people's hedges. We've had drug deals in the village. We're clear that's what's been happening. It's been obvious. We've had fights, and we get drug paraphernalia left all over the place. So little nitrous oxide canisters, balloons. We've had a bag of pill. We've had syringes. More people at festivals, more antisocial behaviour we're going to expect to encounter. And I would say on this, we do already have concerns about security arrangements for Bygrave Village. We're a handful of houses in the middle of the countryside. When something went wrong a few years ago with the transport arrangements, one of our neighbours, at least one of our neighbours, rang to say they were really frightened, and they were promised somebody would come from festival sites to have security. Nobody turned up. We occasionally see a security vehicle, but they seem to focus on making sure people don't go into the festivals and haven't got a ticket. Now, clearly that's important, but I really would maintain that the security of villagers, whether it's Bygrave, Newnham, Ashwell, is at least as important as that. And bigger events are going to cause more security issues and give more concern. And I'd just like to draw your attention to that one at the bottom. This is not an uncommon opinion or view to be expressed. We feel very uneasy, unsafe, and feel the need to be on guard to protect against potential crime and disorder. And find that different people have different views. I know one of my neighbours has young children. She won't go to sleep until the festival events have cleared because she's frightened for security and safety of her children. And that's somebody who had them in her garden a few years ago. Next slide, please. Well, it kind of brings me on quite neatly to prevention of harm to children. So I want to take just a moment to consider how festivals impact on children living locally and the risks that pose to them. And this is really important because there is a licensing objective specifically aimed to deal with prevention of harm to children. So we have traffic, so we have inconsiderate, if not illegal parking. We have them times zooming through the village, sometimes, and goodness knows, whether they're actually even fit to drive at that point. And going along the country lanes at too fast a speed. You get people who are not familiar with the roads and maybe not even familiar with driving on country roads. And it's proven that the most serious road traffic accidents happen on country roads. The noise, being kept awake, woken up, one of the children woken up by people fighting outside, drugs. I know one of my friends' son was approached in Ashwell Village and asked if he wanted to buy drugs for the festival a couple of years ago, and profane language. So this one specifically, I'm going to refer to an incident at the Brockwood Festival last year when a act or compere came onto the stage, and I'm not going to say it, but used the F word continually. One of our neighbours who lives not in the houses closest to the festival site, a little bit further away, rang the chair of parish council, who then got in touch with the licence holder, and it was stopped. Now, they're going to disagree with this, but I've checked with my neighbour. They said it'd been going on for about an hour by the time this happened. And one of our other neighbours, with the submission I haven't got in front of me today, said that his young daughter, I think she's about 5, I think, heard language in her garden that she really should not be listening to anywhere, and especially not in a safe environment of her home. And that's a concern for us. That sort of thing should not happen. And it's really important that, that I don't understand how it happened, and I don't understand why it wasn't dealt with straight away. Next slide, please. Oh, and of course, bigger events, more people, more likelihood of these things happening. And public safety. So a number of respondents referred to safety of festival goers in their submissions. And they were referring to people often intoxicated, walking back from the event site to Baldock railway station. So on long, unlit, narrow roads, no pavements, blind bends and built up verges. And I've heard no solution proposed to address this because people are worried. They've gone out and helped people. They've been concerned that at some point there'll be some blue lights going and it'll end, not in a good way. Bigger events, there's going to be more people doing that, not least because our taxi service cannot cope with the events that we already have. It's difficult getting somebody living in where I do to get a taxi driver to come out and pick you up at midnight when you've just had dinner or something. We know I've talked to taxi drivers, they don't want to go and pick them up after events. So people do think they'll be able to get a taxi, particularly people who've perhaps normally live in towns and don't understand what it's like in the countryside. And they're stranded, and what are they going to do? Well, they're going to walk the way that they came in and they're going to walk back. And and that's going to happen. And there's been no solution suggested. And bigger events will put more of a strain on the taxi services, and that will happen all the more. Next, back. I hadn't realised that one popped up. So comments from the police. So you'll have seen that the police did not make a formal representation, but they have raised some concerns. So their comments, the first one's about antisocial behaviour. They relate to the submission made by Biogrove Parish Council when applying for the licence review. And what they're saying is they don't have a record of the incidents of criminal and antisocial behaviour, and what they suspected was that we hadn't wanted to bother the police with them. And that is true. Some of those incidents have been reported to the festival hotlines, which is what we are told to do. We get a notice that comes out before a festival from festival organisers telling us ring this number if there are any problems. I could say that going forward, we will be encouraging people to report things to the police, because without that evidence, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for us to get anything done about it. But lack of evidence doesn't mean it didn't happen. Lots of people have put their statements in referring to issues, and they know that you can't make, because it's made very clear that you can't make a false statement as part of a representation to an application. So these things definitely do happen. They've expressed their concerns about resources and not being able to safely cope with more and bigger festivals without adversely impacting their ability to manage daily business demand. And I think that is extremely worrying. So I appreciate that the police didn't submit their comments within the timeframe requested, but please bear in mind that the notice went up on the 4th of December. It wasn't clear for some time what the licence holder was actually asking for. At that point, it looked like shorter hours. And there was 28 days. The clock didn't restart when the new notices were issued, which I really believe it should have done, because, it looked like they weren't applying for anything anybody would be bothered about the first time round. The clock stopped on the 1st of January. So Christmas and New Year periods, I imagine the police are pretty busy over that period. And they are raising issues about safety. So safety of festival goers, safety of people that live in the villages, and safety of people generally in North Hertfordshire. So I really would urge you, please don't ignore the comments they've made just because they came in a little bit late. Okay, next slide, please. Events already planned for 2025. Okay, so here you can see that there are already, without any changes to licence, 26 or 27 days of events at the site. Now, we're hoping that some of them will have little, if any, impact on us. So, for instance, the Detectorists event, hopefully, it might just be a little bit interesting, but it shouldn't really impact us. But some of the others, well, we really don't know yet. And what we also don't know is what else might be in the pipeline. So, are they already considering other events, or are there events they don't know about yet? Now, you might think that's extremely unlikely because we're in March, but last year there were 2 events arranged at very short notice. So under the licence for an event up to 7,500 people, licence holder is required, unless licensed authority agrees otherwise, to give at least 3 months notice of an event. And that's because there's a lot of planning required, because each event's different. You can't just, well, we've done one before, we'll just do the same again, because, you know, they're different festivals, different types of music, different people, different, you know, people bringing in from different areas. So it's a lot of work has to go into making sure that it's properly run and it's safe. So there were 2 events that arranged at less than 3 months' notice last year. So the first one was Brockwood, and the reason it was arranged at short notice was because they couldn't get a license for the site where they wanted to hold it. It wasn't in North Hearts. They wanted to hold Brockwood in Winchester, but the licensing authority refused permission to go ahead because they thought it would be too disruptive for local people. Okay, so it came to Bygrave at less than 3 months' notice. The one that particularly was of concern to us was Amherfest. So that was arranged with, I think, less than 3 weeks' notice. And the reason it was moved, it was going to be in Hounslow. The reason it was moved was Hounslow revoked the license for that event. So, you know, it left us, we found out, I think we got 9 days notice of that event. Now, bearing in mind, people tend to, you know, some people go away when the events are on. And then we look into it, because you can find out such a lot now. We saw the minutes of the meetings with the councils, understood what had happened, and then we were really worried about that one. So, you know, having short notice events is a huge issue for us, and events that other people don't want to host, because the license holder already has this hugely wide-ranging permissive license without any changes being made today. They can already pick up events nobody else wants. Next slide, please. Okay, as has already been mentioned, the license holder submitted a review, a bundle of papers last week, and the back of that was a revised application. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Okay, this is a bit harder to present because I was going to show how what they want is worse than had been agreed at the review meeting last week, a few weeks ago. So now to extend the times back out again compared to what we thought we'd already got in place. So they're proposing not to go quite as late at night as before, but still 1 o'clock on a Friday morning. So still 1 o'clock, when, you know, there might then be traffic and all sorts of things after that, and 2 o'clock on Saturday and Sundays. And these can be work days, they can be school days. And, you know, we shouldn't hear it after 11 o'clock at night. It shouldn't be necessary to even have these hard closes. You know, this is a code of practice that is hard coded into the license that shows you shouldn't hear it after 11 o'clock at night. Never mind be woken up and kept awake. Next slide, please. Okay, so on to the capacity of events. Ms. Bartram carefully, kindly confirmed with us what the licence holder was asking for, because quite frankly, what was in the application doesn't make any sense at all. But this is what they're asking for. So it's to retain unlimited events for up to 7,500 people, and then 3 events each year between 7,500 and 15,000, and 1 event each year for between 7,500 and 20,000 people. Okay. On this, I want to talk about capacity of events they've actually been holding. So at the moment, they can hold 1 event for between 7,500 and 15,000 people. I don't think they've come anywhere close to that, certainly not in recent years. So my understanding from discussions with the licence holder is the largest event they've held was Electric Woodlands, which was a 1-day event in 2021, and that was 9,000 people. But typically, and I should say it was chaotic, the exit. Typically their events are for a few thousand people. Brockwood, I think, was only 700 people, but still with complaints about noise and profane language. Typically there are a few thousand. So they're not even using their capacity. And even at that, we're having huge problems. So to extend it and allow them 3 events for up to 15,000 people, when they haven't proven that they can run events effectively, that don't breach the license conditions and don't disturb the neighbours, they've got to do that before even anybody should be considering giving them more. And bearing in mind, I have not been able to trace any other license or any other in the country where people have more than one multi-day music festival in rural locations. It's understood it causes hassle and trouble and disturbance, and one is the most of a multi-day big festival that any village should be asked to tolerate. And certainly other licenses within North Herts don't allow for this level of freedom, even under the current license. Right, next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I wanted to say there about mediation, because I know it was mentioned that we were asked about mediation. Now, I did discuss this with Councillor Tyson and the chair of Bygrave Parish Council, and we were appreciative of the offer of mediation. I have to please understand that at this point, we understood, because we'd had the licensing officer's report, that the hours for nighttime operation had already been significantly reduced. So, and that there were failings against the licensing objectives. So our view was, and that's what, because I have to explain that to understand why we said no to mediation. Our view was that until the license holder had proven that they could hold events under the new license without causing problems, without breaching or failing to promote the licensing objectives, it would be totally inappropriate to make any changes to license which gave them more powers and would make things worse for the villagers. So our view was, no, we just need to see whether it's going to work now under the new license. We hope it does. We've certainly, quite frankly, until today, had a better working relationship with the license holder. They've been looking to hold the smaller events, put the stages away from Bygrave, because Bygrave is the closest village, and also the prevailing winds come our way. So they were looking at working with us to make the events have less of an impact on us, which is the way it should be. So I'm extremely disappointed that we are still here today to talk about changing the license to make things even worse than where we already are. But so I want to understand that it wasn't us being in any way churlish. We just didn't think it was the right time, and we just couldn't see why we would want to agree to changes that would override things that a previous committee had taken 10 hours to decide were required to make things better for us. Thank you. Okay, so next slide, please. They're also proposing some changes around, sorry, I should have said this before, I've forgotten the slide was coming up. The timeframe for production of the event management plan, the draft. So currently they have to provide that for the larger events at least 6 months in advance, and they're proposing dropping that requirement. That's not in the new conditions. There's a timeframe for producing a final one, but nothing for a draft. And also that the timeframes for notification of events and production of documentation could be waived by the Security Advisory Group. And there are provisions for waiving already in the licence, which we're extremely unhappy with. I can see reducing things by a few days or a few weeks. So, maybe a few weeks if it's a 6 month. As I said, we saw 3 months come down to less than 3 weeks last year. So we really don't think that's appropriate at all. Next slide, please. Okay, so just very quickly, a recap. So a reminder of what's in section B10, the statement of licensing policy. I'm not going to read that one out again, you'll be pleased to know. But the current wide-ranging licence, which provides for unlimited events, often running over several days, is clearly at odds with council policy. And in my view, we should be discussing reducing the number and size of events. So putting some limit, as there are in other licenses in the district, not increasing them. And next slide, please. I'm going to leave you with a few words from some of the villagers. So while I appreciate the potential benefits of festivals and similar events, these must be balanced against the rights and well-being of local residents. The proposed increase to 25,000 attendees is disproportionate and would result in significant negative impacts on the community. I don't object to having festivals, but I do object to increasing the number of attendees as the local roads clearly can't manage. The residents of Bygrave have to use the road as our only means of access to any amenities, including schools and work. And given the nature of the problems mentioned, we consider it totally unacceptable to extend the licence further and to include 4 massive events up to 25,000 people. Next slide, please. So when there is currently a large event under the existing licence, the noise, traffic and antisocial behaviour is considerable. To triple the existing numbers to attend would lead to absolute mayhem in the very small village of Bygrave and the surrounding villages. Approving this variation would not address these issues, but instead potentially amplify them. Residents deserve to see improvements in these areas, not increased disturbances. And there should be no increase in capacity whatsoever, as current levels of attendance cannot and are not being handled, nor are they appropriate for the small rural village environment and road system around Bygrave or Newnham. And I'm not going to say any more than that because I don't think I could say it any better than my neighbours have said. So thank you. I appreciate that was quite a lengthy presentation, and I'm delighted to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Julie. Right. So does the premises license holder or their representatives have any points or of clarification for the other persons opposing the variation? For Julie?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Do any members of the subcommittee have any points of clarification for the other persons? Councillor Brown.
Just a very small question. You put a map up early on saying how close the houses were to the site, but you didn't tell us how far they actually are. So how close to the particularly the southern bit with the arena are the closest houses?
I think it's about 0.5 kilometre, if I remember correctly. I worked it out for the review meeting.
Yes.
I haven't got the figures. It's something like that. It's literally just one width of a field.
So it's under a kilometre.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Are there any further questions for Julie? Okay. In which case, could I please invite Tom to present their submission, please?
Thanks, Chair. Well, I think most of you know who I am by now, but just for the record, I'm Councillor Tom Tyson. I represent Arbury Ward, which contains the affected villages of Bygrave, Ashwell and Newnham. Now, I live in Bygrave myself, in the vicinity of the site. I'm very familiar with the locality and the impacts of the events there. But I won't be referring to my personal experiences or responses to those, but we'll try and limit my comments to factual observations and the comments that have been passed to me by residents in Newnham, Ashwell, and of course Bygrave, and also from the parish councils in Ashwell and Bygrave. The first point I wanted to make, oh yes, and I will also say that we're not acting here as a double act. We haven't collaborated on these presentations, so you will find some duplication of the comments that you've just heard. Although I'll try and be brief. And so just rather than consider that to be duplication, let's call it reinforcement. Beginning with the process of the application when it was first made, it was extremely disappointing that the whole thing was done in such a haphazard, uncoordinated, confused and incorrect way. The blue notices, that, as we call them, which you've seen there, that went up were inaccurate. They didn't include the vital piece of information, which was the increase in capacity at that time, recommended or proposed to be up to 24,999. The public register didn't keep up to date either. So that at first there was nothing on there on the online government register of license applications. When it did appear, it did show the proposed increase in capacity, and it did show the proposed expansion of the site area, but it didn't show the change to the hours. So the changes on the public notices showed the changes to the hours, but not the other two variations. And the public register for a certain period of time showed exactly the inverse of that. It's chaotic. So I have to say that the statement in 3.4 of the officer's report that this application was made in accordance with the requirements of the Licensing Act is a little bit questionable at best, I think. And it took an entire week before all of those requirements were finally met, and that the notices, the press coverage and the public register all contained the relevant information. In fact, I'm not sure that the public register does, and the notices still don't talk about the site area. Anyway, let's move on to the grounds for objecting to the variation. And we'll start with the, well, again, I'm going to talk about the increase in capacity, the expansion of the site area, and the changes to the hours. On the increase in capacity, the first thing, and it's already actually been raised by the solicitor, is that what's not made clear is whether these events are single day or multi-day, or what the duration of those proposed events might be. A one-day event will place different demands on the local infrastructure, of course, and resources than, say, a four-day event with camping. And an event consisting of multiple single-day events under one umbrella would be different still. And all of these will affect residents in different ways too, depending on their duration. The second point to note, and I think this is really important, the current licence has always provided for one event with a capacity of up to 15,000 attendees, in addition to the unlimited number of events up to 7,500. But this number has never been reached. We think the biggest so far had around 9,000 visitors. So the local infrastructure has never been tested out, even to the maximum capacity that's currently allowed, nor nothing like it. So we don't know what it would look like if 15,000 people came to an event, never mind the 20,000 that this variation proposes. Why is this important? Well, because any issues you have with an event with a few thousand visitors, which is the current average sort of attendance, will multiply exponentially as the crowd size increases. So all the current difficulties with traffic congestion, ASB, security, etc., will become worse with increasing crowd sizes, especially when they go into uncharted territory over about 9,000 people, where we just don't have any experience of what that might look like and what the impacts of that would be. Then there are the implications for the police and other emergency services. If they have to provide resources to give cover for, so let's say, a 4-day festival with 20,000 people, there will be a knock-on effect on their coverage of the rest of the area. Can our local services really be expected to cope with that additional population, equivalent to over twice the size of Baldock, if it converges on a rural field and sets up home there for 4 days? There are all sorts of unknowns to do with public safety and security, not to mention protecting children at these large-scale events. The potential for crime and disorder rises in accordance with the increasing size of the events being held. Policy G6.1.1 in our statement of licensing policy makes this clear. Policy G6.1.3 says that, I quote, "The council will place significant weight on any representation, that's any representation from the police." Despite the comments in the report that the police position is neutral, what I take from PC Adsed's conclusions in his submission are that, and I apologise for quoting now what you've already seen on a slide, the numbers proposed will not only cause considerable strain on the local infrastructure and the private and family lives of residents, but also potentially cause a significant increase in demand on local policing resources. And it is our opinion that any move to allow this application should be very carefully considered indeed in terms of impact on policing. He goes on to say that Inspector Lant also has significant concerns regarding the impact of this licence application, and mentions, I quote, "the additional risk with regards the finite police resources in North Hertfordshire. He goes on to say he's not confident that those police resources will be able to safely cope with this increase, i.e. in capacity, without adversely impacting our ability to manage daily business demand. That does not sound broadly neutral to me. It sounds like they're very concerned about their ability to cope with events of that size in that location. Now, as far as event traffic is concerned, I'm sure that subcommittee members are all familiar with the lanes between Baldock and Bygrave and Newnham, and will be able to picture the sort of congestion such events would be likely to cause. One delivery van, school bus, or tractor in the wrong place at the wrong time could easily cause gridlock, such as the scene shown in the photos from last year's Serials event that you've just seen. Soon you have a critical situation where there's no way through for an ambulance or fire engine to attend an emergency in one of the villages or on the site itself. It's unacceptable. There's a suggestion in licensing policy G6.6.5 that the use of shuttle buses could be conditioned to transport visitors to the site from the local railway stations. This is also supported by policy G10.4 on the environmental impact of thousands of people driving to large-scale events. There are problems associated with this, not least the nature of the local road infrastructure, which is not suitable for large numbers of bus movements, as I've just explained, as the roads are just too narrow. And if you were really going to transport, let's say hypothetically, 20,000 people to the site from the station in a 50-seater coach, for the sake of argument, that would require 400 trips from the station to the site and back, i.e. 800 in all. And then you'd have to do the same thing to bring everyone back to the station when the event was finished, making 1,600 bus journeys on these extremely narrow country lanes, hypothetically speaking, in a worst case scenario. Clearly, that doesn't solve the problem of road safety or traffic congestion, both issues causally linked to the premises. And then you have to wonder, can the local railway stations even deal with the numbers of bus trips that would be needed to move all those passengers? At the Safety Advisory Group meeting of the 14th of July 2021, following that summer's warm-up festival, the event organiser, Mr. Gwyn Smith, said, "We have all agreed that Baldock Station is not ideal to operate out of, and we will be utilising Letchworth Station for future events as it's a much better option." And everyone who knows Baldock Station will obviously agree that it's not very convenient layout to put numerous buses in and out of collecting festival goers. However, the event management traffic strategy from January 25 now says, and that's in the applicant's bundle, by the way, now says, Govia Thameslink Railway have indicated that Hitchin Station is the preferred rail station to be promoted for use for events which take place at the venue. So all this bus and presumably also taxi traffic will be coming to and from Hitchin, a much greater distance from the site. It will have to find its way from the station in Hitchin town centre to Newnham or Bygrave and back, presumably leaving Hitchin along the A505 or A602, both of which routes we know to be notoriously heavily congested already. So the shuttle bus idea presents major challenges, even under the current terms of the licence, never mind with events with a capacity of 20,000 visitors. If the capacity were increased to that level, the traffic problems would be insurmountable. So there's really no public transport option, I'm saying, to get to the site. You're faced with thousands upon thousands of private car journeys. And just to return to that licensing policy G10.4, which is about environmental impact. The policy says I quote, "The council will expect applicants or licence holders to address their impact on the environment and will consider any failure to do so as an indication of the likelihood of the applicant or licence holder to comply with the licence conditions and provide a safe event that will be of benefit to the wider community." And what this means is that the council is looking for evidence from the licence holder that they're determined to minimise the damage to the environment caused by their events. And we don't really see any indication of that in the application. I want to talk about badges now, but I'm not allowed to. Okay, the next subject of the variation is the size of the licensed area. This, as has been explained, this is quite a difficult thing to establish because while we knew that the applicant wanted to increase the size of the licence area, it wasn't clear by how much or where to, because nobody had a map of the existing area until it popped up in the papers that went with the review last month. So despite many efforts to obtain a copy of that existing site plan, it was never produced by the previous case officer working on that, and also the current licensing officer was unable to produce that map until we finally found it in the papers, as I said, for that review meeting. So now we know what the extra bit of the licensed area is. It looks as though this is going to be required for car parking space by and large. But there's one big problem with the extension to that field, which is the existence of a public right-of-way which goes right across it. It's the bridleway number 9, Caldicot and Newnham. You can see it on one of the slides. I don't know if members would like to have a look at that. It was slide number 9, if that could be found. But it goes right across the field, which is designated as parking on the site, and that extended site if this variation were to go ahead. And there's clearly a safety issue associated with that. And I've been in contact with an officer from the Countryside and Rights of Way Department at the County Council. He recommends that that would require proper marshalling to be implemented to ensure that any users were guaranteed their right of way across the field during use for events, and that their safety would be ensured. There's also a potential security risk at the points where the bridleway would enter the event site on each side of that field if it were to be extended. So these would also need to be marshalled very carefully. In terms of rights of way, there's also the issue of the proposed exit route to Bygrave, which uses, as you saw on a previous slide, another bridleway as the route to reach the road, bridleway Bygrave 13. And again, there'll be times of potential conflicts between users of the right of way and drivers exiting the site. And expert marshalling will be required to ensure that no safety issues arise there. The alternatives would be not to use that route as an exit at all, or to apply to have the right of way temporarily closed when events are starting or finishing, which I think would be a shame, and you might agree, a selfish indulgence by the licence holder. When proper marshalling by suitably trained personnel could make it possible, perhaps, to keep that right of way open, even given the increase in the number of cars attempting to leave the site. Now, finally, the issue about the hours. I don't want to have the whole debate again about public nuisance inherent in playing dance music throughout the day and into the small hours of the morning. But I will say that at the previous hearing, the licensee's noise consultant tried to persuade us that we were very easily accepting of constant background noise, and used the example of the air conditioning in this room to make his point. And he said that we didn't notice it that it was there until he made a stop and actively listened to it. But I think his analogy was flawed. The sound of a fan in the background of an office environment is entirely a normal part of that environment. It's not incongruous, unexpected, or intrusive. Well, I bet everyone's listening to it now. No one's disturbed by it, and it's not a nuisance. Now, when I was in my garden at the weekend, I could hear the following: birdsong and the faint continuous hum of traffic on the A505, entirely expected background noise in Upper Bygrave on a Sunday, an occasional passing car, the whiz of a cyclist. That's all. But if you add 16 hours of non-stop drum and bass to that, then you've got a disturbance, okay? Even if it's at a relatively low level that doesn't necessarily meet the thresholds on the decibel meter for an official complaint. It's incongruous and unexpected in that environment. And then if you can still hear that electronic dance music indoors in the early hours of the morning with the windows closed when you want to sleep, then you've got a public nuisance. That's the reality of some summer nights in Bygrave. And in a way, the noise consultant, thanks Rob, has made the case for us, underlining that there is a background noise which is entirely inoffensive, and there is a background noise that is intrusive and a nuisance. It's all about the context. At the last meeting, I quoted Steve Cobb from the minutes of an SAG meeting talking about disturbance from a festival in a similar rural location to ours back in 2018. And he said, noise disturbance could still be constituted as a public nuisance without breaching the conditioned sound levels. It's about the context. And I return again to the much cited policy B10 that supports the idea that a normally tranquil rural environment, in that environment, the persistent ongoing sound of festival music can represent a public nuisance. The constant background sound of electronic dance music through the day and into the early hours of the morning is disturbing for many. This is obviously exacerbated when events are held over multiple days. It feels remorseless, and therefore it should be kept to an absolute minimum. There's the compound effect of having multiple music festivals over the summer. And as we've heard last year, 2 were held with very little forewarning, 1 with only 2 weeks prior notice, making it impossible for people to plan their lives around the events, not that they should have to. And it's also got to be said that I don't know anywhere where there's a license that is so open-ended as to allow events of up to an unlimited number of events of up to 7,500 people. That's why the hours were reduced by a previous subcommittee. And the only good thing, well, I'll skip that part, it's not relevant anymore. Okay, there's just one further point that I would like to address. Having had sight of the events proposed for this summer in the applicant's bundle, I became aware that some of them were selling or giving away tickets for children. I don't think that that's been the case before on these premises. The live action role play site events under the title Menhirs Fates now have tickets on sale for children aged 0 to 16, as does the Vegan Camp Out Festival. Both of these are 4-day camping events, the latter with an expected attendance of 6,500 people. The Fusion Festa Carnival similarly has tickets for children aged 0 to 16, but is a 1-day event, I think, and yet to be confirmed. None of these events' websites give any indication of safeguarding and measures in place to ensure that children come to no harm on site during their events. There's no reference in the live action role play information about how children are envisaged to fit into the game playing scenarios. And in fact, I don't see any mention of children on the website at all, except for how to buy a ticket for them. Now, the licenses operating schedule condition 2, part U, does require a safeguarding plan to be produced by the licence holder, but it bunches together, quote, children, vulnerable persons, alcohol, drugs, crime, etc., all under this heading. So it's somewhat diluted and vague in that respect. And it's not a component of an event management plan that I've seen before from the ones I've seen for these premises. So it will be good to see how far it goes to ensuring that the licensing objective of protecting children from harm is upheld, but it will need careful scrutiny. And our licensing policy does seem to focus largely on the risks involved in the underage purchase of alcohol, but I'm also concerned about adult behaviour towards children. These are 4-day camping events where the sale of alcohol is licensed until 6 in the morning. The site is remote, dark and crowded, and even assuming all event staff are carefully vetted, that still leaves thousands of anonymous campers on site, any one of whom could be there for the wrong reasons. So I'd hope that the licensee has sought the advice of the licensing officers about what to include in the safeguarding plan and how to implement measures to protect children. I expect all the relevant policies of the safeguarding of children in section E4 of our statement of licensing policy to be complied with. Now, I appreciate that that's not specifically a part of the variation that's being applied for as such, but it is a variance, if you like, from previous events, and the information about next year's events was included in the applicant's bundle. So I would like the council to note my concerns regarding the safeguarding of children at these big events. And now it should be possible for officers to comment on the safeguarding plan for the first of those events, which takes place in just 3 weeks' time, because according to the operating schedule condition 1 part B part 2, the final version of the event management plan for that event should have been agreed in writing with all responsible authorities 28 days prior to the event build up on that site. In other words, about 2 weeks ago. That event management plan must contain a safeguarding plan according to the operating schedule condition 2 part U, which I expect should refer specifically to the challenge of holding a 4-day camping event with a capacity, in this case, of up to 3,000 people, including children aged 0 to 16 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Does the premises license holder or their representatives have any points of clarification for the other persons I've just spoken? Thank you. Do any members of the subcommittee have any points of clarification for the other persons? Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that you raised operating schedule condition 1, Councillor Tyson. I'm assuming that you've seen the proposed variation and the redrafting of that section. And I was just curious as to your view, given the points that you've raised about event management plans, safeguarding and the processes, on whether the proposed variation to that section is likely to be of benefit and support the community in addressing some of the concerns that you've raised.
Need to check that the wording of the altered schedule, sorry.
So obviously you've got your the existing wording because you referred to it. The variation that I've got for Schedule 1, I'm thinking about in particular Section A of that is for the events with an intended capacity of over 7,500 persons. 1, the premises license holder will provide notification of such events no later than 6 months prior to the commencement of the event. The event management plan will be regularly updated in accordance with the requirements of the operating schedule conditions, and a final version will be agreed in writing with all responsible authorities no later than 28 days prior to the commencement of event build-up on site. The final agreed event management plan will be attached to the premises license as part of the operating schedule, and its requirements will form license conditions. I'm not going to read out part 2 because that's I think that's an additional point. I think it's part 1 of A, and the change from what you've previously referred to that I'd just appreciate your input as a member advocate on.
Yes, I'm just yeah, if I could just see the copy, because I've got it here, but I can't lay my hands on it immediately. So. This is what we pay.
This is put this on the existing, like 60/6 months.
What notice?
And that drop. They've combined those two together, taken.
It's watered down.
Well, it is weaker than the existing license, isn't it? I can just quickly brief.
So it says here that.
Can I defer to
Yeah.
Mrs. Colgrave on this?
Yeah.
Because is that acceptable to?
Yeah,
Yeah, so under the existing license, there are two, there's 1A Part 1 and 1A Part 2, and part of Part A Part 2 has been dropped. So it says the premises license will provide a draft event management plan to all responsible authorities no later than 6 months prior to the commencement of the event, and that disappears. And that for us, that's a really crucial point. There's no time frame now for providing the draft event management plan. And so this is weaker under the variation than exists in the existing license, whereas actually we believe that it should be that there's tightening up and stronger wording required, and certainly not weaker.
Okay, thank you. Does any other member on the panel have any questions? No. Okay. Thank you, Tom. Right. We have now reached a point where, in order to fully go through the presentation properly from the license holder and representatives, we're going to do that after lunch now. Just so we have some consistency and we don't have to split between the two. So what we'll do, I'm going to do a quick straw poll actually. Who would like 45 minutes for lunch? Who'd be happy with 45 minutes? And who would be happy with an hour? Can I have hands up for a 45 minutes? I've got, those are my choices I'm giving. Well, that's exactly it. It's because you have to walk and then you have to order and then you have to eat. And yeah. So I'm going to minimum 45. Are people happy with 45? Okay, thank you. Okay, in which case we're going to take a 45-minute break, and we'll come back here at, let's say 22 2, please. Thank you. Hello, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone had a nice lunch, and we'll dive right back in. So I will go to the premises license holder and their and representatives to present their submission on their variation.
Chairman, I'm grateful. I should probably deal with the bulk of the lifting on presenting to you, but I think it's probably helpful that you have from my right to left introductions as to who you've got in front of you, just so that you know who is who and the part they fulfill. So perhaps we could start using your left to right, my right to left, if we could do introductions.
Afternoon, Alex Farr, licence holder and landowner.
Good afternoon all. Gareth Gwynn-Smith, Managing Director, Security and Event Solutions, Curator of the events at Bygrave, DPS at Bygrave for the last 13 years, 32 years of experience in the industry.
Good afternoon. I'm excuse me, Robert Miller from F1 Acoustics, and I've been looking after the sound management on the Farr Festival site since 2011. My experience in sound management goes back to 2008.
Thank you, Chairman. And my name is John Payne. I'm a lawyer that specialises in licensing, although I have a dubious history as an environmental health officer and a head of licensing team for many years within the local authority. But it falls upon me to give you the application that we present to you this afternoon. And what I would like to take you to is the supplementary bundle that we served last week. And you will see within that, it's already been referred to on about page 113, a number of conditions that have been offered along with this variation. And then the application leads on to talk about the hours and what have you. The question of capacity has already been addressed, and I think that's been clarified. I don't propose to go into that in any more detail, and indeed the number of events. But what I do intend to address you on at this stage is the conditions that have been proposed and the amendments to the conditions on the existing license that have been proposed. Now, these conditions do not just appear out of the ether. They appear as a result of consultation that took place with the responsible authorities prior to the application being submitted. So in essence, that is what you have. You have a set of agreed matters with the responsible authorities, with one exception, which I shall take you to now. And that is on page 113. And you'll see it says Vary Operating Schedule 1A, and then Roman numeral 1, Roman numeral 2. Well, Roman numeral 2 actually arises as a result of a very valuable contribution from the committee that sat to consider the license review. And that committee looked at the possibility of engaging on a remunerated basis consultants to deal with acoustics. Now, I make it clear that the applicant here has a perfectly competent, qualified and extremely experienced consultant sitting to my left, to your right, who has done a report and has provided feedback and has provided monitoring on events. But what is intended with this Roman numeral 2 is the option for the local authority to field an independent officer. I'm not suggesting that the consultant to my left is not independent and maintains his professional integrity of independence, but is an option of the applicant seeking an environmental health officer, presuming that they agree, to adopt what is the equivalent of special police services. Now, you may have come across this term special police services. It's commonly used in things like football matches or large events where the promoter, the organizer, will pay for policing to occur above the level that would normally be expected. And what you have here is an offer to engage with environmental health, if they're willing to participate in that, to engage them to carry out monitoring. Now, the situation at the premises, at the events, is that monitoring is undertaken, and you'll hear a little bit about what has happened and what does happen and what is proposed to happen in the future, and indeed the results of that monitoring. But that is the addition that we propose in the application. Now, there is one further matter which we would want to amend on the application, an additional proposal. And this comes from listening to the committee at the review hearing, listening to the comments made by the representatives, and looking at the issue that is said to exist with noise throughout the night. Now, we're conscious that nobody at this event wants to disturb anybody. That's not what we're here for. We're not here to disturb anybody in the area. So what we are prepared to do is offer an amendment to the operating schedule that the main stage at events will cease the playing of live and recorded music at 1 a.m. You'll see the significance of that. That, of course, would still allow live music or recorded music elsewhere at events. And the question is not really whether music is played, it's whether it causes a problem. Now, sometimes there may be merit in having music played in a small marquee, in a gazebo, or in a localized area, which simply cannot be heard 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 100 feet away from that venue, as part of the wind down procedure. Now, a wind down procedure is very important for any event. And if music is brought down in level, rather than just cutting it straight off, bringing music down on a gradual basis, having more localized music is a sensible option. And providing that that doesn't cause a disturbance, then of course there should be no reason to prevent that from happening. So the condition that we're offering is that the live music and the record music at the main stage shall cease at 1 a.m. We hope that that finds favour with the committee. And I think it's probably then sensible to go through some of the points that have been raised and some of the measures that are already in place in relation to this application. That probably brings me to the first part of the application. And you'll see the page, I think it's page 1 indeed, of the bundle that we've provided, which gives you an idea about this particular venue and the events that take place. Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words, and I don't propose to go through in any great detail matters such as the green credentials, which you will see are mentioned on page 1 of the bundle. I'm conscious that reference was made to the environment earlier, and to say that there is no regard to the environment is entirely wrong. This is front and centre on page 1 of the bundle that you have there. You will see some photographs of the setup and the camping that takes place at the premises. And that leads me on to the matter of the variation and the plan. Now, the plan, as you're aware, shows an increased area. But the reality is that principally this area that is increased will not be used for a licensable activity. That is the issue that, of course, the committee is here to consider. Licensable activities. Things like the sale of alcohol, the things like playing of music, things like parking cars, things like camping are not licensable. They're not regulated. Nevertheless, they have been shown in the increased area so that the licensing authority has information about where car parking will take place. And I think it's really important to bear that in mind in terms of what has been done. What has been done is the area has been increased, which gives the ability for the licensing authority to impose conditions over that area. that makes sense. Even though there's no licensable activity taking place, it's there. It's now, if you grant this, part of the premises. So you see the photographs that show the setup, if I can put it like that, at the premises. The bundle then moves on to page 4, and you've got copies of the minutes of the meetings of various safety advisory groups. And you will have studied the conditions that are already on the license and the need to go through the safety advisory groups. Some things have been redacted because they're not relevant to the license and because that they're confidential. But you will notice throughout this safety advisory group sequence of minutes, there is precious little to suggest that there is any problem with the operation of the premises under this license. It's simply not correct to say that there are problems that are raised through the safety advisory group. The safety advisory group, of course, is fundamental to the planning of events, and it is very much the license holders wish to continue that engagement with the safety advisory group, but also with the individual responsible authorities outside of that group. Now, there has been dialogue, as you can imagine, with the police. There has been dialogue with environmental health and with a number of other authorities as well. And I think probably, I'm conscious that the gentleman to my left has to leave fairly early, and it would be sensible for him to explain a little bit about his involvement with environmental health, his involvement with noise monitoring, and to give you a little bit of an outline of what happens in terms of planning the acoustics for this event, or these events, I should say, and the monitoring that actively does while the events are in place. So if I could just pass over to do that.
Yeah, good afternoon. So the event noise monitoring and noise management, that all begins with the SAG process, which I'm sure you're all familiar with. And at that point, we're discussing with the Environmental Protection Officer our sort of outline for the event and the site, and discussing the appropriate music noise level limits that would be expected for whichever type of event it is, the timings of the event, the location of the stages, all of those important sort of factors. So the noise management plan is drawn up, and you'll see in the conditions there is a long list of Roman numeral points that discuss all of the important details that are required in the noise management plan. I won't run through them all now, but it's safe to say it's a very comprehensive condition that we have to achieve there. As part of the noise management plan, we produce noise predictions, which are included. And this is to sort of assess the feasibility of the site layout, make sure that we're getting the noise levels on site that are required and are expected from the audience, but also most importantly that we're achieving the music noise level limits that are set off site. So that forms part of our planning process to double check and ascertain at that stage whether we need to make any adjustments. Another important factor that happens at this stage before the event is the communication to the local residents, and there's conditions in the existing premises license around that. Safe to say that's a letter or a flyer that is sent out, and it contains information on how local residents can contact the event in case of complaint. Maybe not just noise, but for my purposes, yeah, any noise complaints will get sent through to me during the event. We'll go and monitor those and assess those during the event. I'll come back to that in a moment. So throughout the event, any large main stages, we will have monitoring actually inside the event at the stage, and that provides a screen to the sound engineer so that we can set a limit actually on site with the sound engineer and that screen stops a sort of creep throughout the day or stops them going over the limit that we've set. That limit can be adjusted. There may be weather conditions, maybe the wind changes direction, other atmospheric conditions change, and we can change that limit as necessary. And we like to try and be proactive in that respect and look ahead with the weather forecast to make sure that we're covering off any changes as they happen. And then we also monitor off-site around in all the local villages. I've spent many a late night in Newnham, Bygrave, Ashwell, driving around, making sure that we're within our premises licence music noise level limits that have been agreed, and also responding to complaints there as well. So if we do get a complaint, we will head out to the location of the complaint as quickly as we can. I'd like to say that that's sort of 15 minutes, half an hour, depending on where it is, how far away. And we then take a measurement and we assess the situation. We will also carry out a subjective assessment whilst we're there. It's not all about the numbers. We do try and, if someone's got a certain complaint, we will try and respond to that as much as we can. And that all gets documented in a report after the event, which will contain all of the noise levels on site, all of the measurements we've taken off site in the local villages during the event, and any complaints, the actions we've taken, and the response to those complaints as well. And that report will get sent to the local authority and reviewed by the Environmental Protection Officer again, which leads us back round to the SAG process and the SAG debrief at the end of the event. So that's a brief overview of the noise management process for any event, and any future events would be the same. So we've taken on board the feedback from the local residents, especially in Bygrave, and it's especially in regard to the music noise levels. And this will feed back into any future SAG processes around events. And there will be discussions between ourselves and the Environmental Protection Officer regarding appropriate music noise levels for future events, especially in Bygrave, especially during the nighttime. This will also consider the number of events, the frequency of events, the timings of events, and how many days those events occur, which is already happening. And we do operate to national guidance, which is called the Code of Practice on Environmental Noise Control at Concerts. And we will continue to use that guidance, use the feedback from residents to work out where the appropriate music noise level limits sit for this site and future events, which also includes the North Herts licensing policies, including the paragraph B10 that you've obviously been made very well aware of. So that is included in everything that happens before the event. Those policies are part of our planning process. So there are increased numbers being applied for as part of this variation, but that won't change the off-site music noise level limits. The site layout, the stage locations, and the design of the sound systems will be amended accordingly on site to make sure and maintain compliance with the agreed music noise levels. So we're not proposing that more people will mean more noise off site from the event. Those limits and those music noise levels that we operate to will stay the same. It will be up to us to design the site and the sound systems to make sure that happens. There are a few other improvements which we're looking to make sure are covered in the future with the sound management process. And that includes a review at the beginning of the year to make sure that any cumulative impacts of multiple events are taken into account. And that will be a discussion with the Environmental Protection Officer to make sure that we're setting appropriate music noise level limits for each event based on the total number of events each year. If necessary, there will be additional assessments as part of that if they need to occur, depending on the number of events. And yeah, as I previously mentioned, we'll also review the post 11 o'clock music noise level limits in Bygrave and all the surrounding villages to make sure that we achieve compliance with the premises license conditions and the Licensing Act objective to prevent a public nuisance. I think that's pretty much everything I would like to say, so I'll leave it there and sort of.
I wonder whether
could I just sorry,
yeah.
what I was going to say is, because I appreciate that you have to shoot off relatively soon. If we could take some questions for yourself before we move on, if that's all right.
Chair, that was exactly what I was going to suggest.
Excellent.
However, I wonder whether Mr. Miller can perhaps just deal with a couple of points that perhaps arose from what you heard earlier from those that made representations. Mr. Miller, you heard evidence being given that some people were being kept awake the whole night and some people got no sleep between Thursday to Sunday. How realistic do you think that is from what you've seen on site? Or heard on site, I should say.
The levels that we operate to are within the national guidelines and have been agreed with the Environmental Protection Officer. It's perhaps down to human nature that some people may be affected by the music noise that late into the night. But we have only had a handful of complaints over the most recent events, and that's not to say some people haven't complained, but the vast majority of people have not contacted us to say.
On those complaints, have you witnessed any?
Sorry, can I just? I appreciate that you're asking questions.
Yes.
If I can take questions and then if you can come back in.
Of course, I'll defer to you. Of course.
Thank you. So specifically for Mr. Miller here from F1 Acoustics, if there are any questions specifically about the noise aspect of that, could I go to the other persons?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Can I ask about location of stages? Because that's really important for us. So when we were looking at the smaller events, we've been putting the stages sort of further away from Bygrave. So I'd like to understand where the main stages would be. So not like we've had in the past with it right up to us and facing us, and with all the sound barriers being behind the stage, so pushing it even further towards us. And what about out of hours, so after 1 o'clock, where would the music noise be emanating from?
I mean, unfortunately, every event will be a little bit different. I believe the existing stage locations will still be available for people to use in the future. Each event will have different requirements. As you know, the Ammerfest was held down in the lower fields away from Bygrave last year. So that's certainly an option for some events. It really depends on the number of people and the use of the site. It's like I can't put an exact, this area will be the only place a stage happens. It's not the nature of the site itself and how it's available to be used.
So if you just wait for your microphone to come on.
So too quick off the mark. Yeah, I understand that, but you can appreciate that makes a big difference to us as to how noisy events are likely to be.
Yeah.
Can I just comment? I feel I have to come back on a comment was suggesting that perhaps people were saying that we don't hear the noise
So is this a
throughout
question?
the night.
Is it a
Sorry.
question? If you can phrase that in the way of a question, then we'll take it.
Okay. I'm not obviously not going to name names, but I do know that one of my neighbours has called frequently about the noise in their home. So would that not be fair to say that they have been kept awake for extended hours? So there has to be some proof of it.
I think I think that's been covered, but if you want to come back on an additional point.
Yeah, I would say that just back to your first point quickly. As I said, every event will be looked at from a stage placement point of view and making sure that the site is laid out in a way and sound systems are designed in a way that minimises the impact to local residents. And that's Newnham, Bygrave, Ashwell, that's all areas. So yeah, that is taken into account in the design and sort of planning process. As to your second point, I think, as I said, I'm not saying some people aren't affected by it, but we are operating to levels that are within the national guidelines that I've agreed with the Environmental Protection Officer, and the Environmental Protection Officer hasn't made any representations on the noise levels or how we operate in that respect. So I'm going to leave it at that, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, and
Go.
just it is a question. Am I correct in understanding that it is a requirement under the current license that noise levels are in accordance with the POP code, and that requires that noise should be inaudible from noise sensitive properties with windows open for ventilation after 11 o'clock at night? So we're talking about guidelines, but it's hard coded in my understanding. I just want to check that.
Yes, certainly. So as per the document that we have submitted, I've explained how we go about handling that. And the Code of Practice does say that for events continuing to be held between the hours of 2300 and 0900, the music noise should not be audible within noise-sensitive premises with windows open in a typical manner for ventilation. There are notes then on that sentence, and it goes on to say that the use of inaudibility as a guideline is not universally accepted as an appropriate method of control. And it references some other documents, external documents, that set out those various issues. This guideline is proposed as there is insufficient evidence avoidable to give more precise guidance. And it goes on to say control can be exercised in this situation by limiting the music noise so that it is just audible outside the noise sensitive premises. When that is achieved, it can be assumed that the music noise is not audible inside the noise sensitive premises. So my take from that is that the Code of Practice acknowledges the difficulty in setting inaudible music noise level criteria inside at night. I can't monitor inside people's houses at night. I have to monitor it outside. I can't knock on people's doors at 1 a.m. And the guidelines set out a method which should provide sufficient protection from the music noise inside a property. It is this guidance that we follow when we are proposing the music noise level limits and when we're monitoring for those limits at each event. And I'd just like to go on and note that inaudibility is a subjective and personal experience, and some people can be more sensitive to music than others. The music noise level limits we propose for the nighttime events are designed to strike a balance between those who are sensitive to being disturbed and those who are less so. So that's my response to that, is that we do monitor, and the limits that we set, we have to measure to something. It has to be measurable. So we have to have a number in mind. Of course, I said we do carry out the subjective assessment each time as well, but we have to share these measurements that we take in the report at the end. So all of those sort of aspects are taken into account, and the Environmental Protection Officer will review those before and after the event.
Thank you. Okay, Tom.
Yeah, just following on from that, please. What is your definition then of inaudibility? And following on from that, what is your definition of just audible?
My definition of inaudibility would be a sound that does not necessarily change someone's behavior. And the just audible, therefore, would mean that it is, you may hear a dull thud outside the property, and it would be in keeping with and lower than other noise sources that are in the area at night. Now, I mentioned that because when I'm stood there monitoring at 2 a.m., 3 a.m. in the morning, sometimes in Bygrave, I do have to pause out a lot of other noises to be able to just measure the music noise. And some of those noises include just the wind in the trees, can be cars passing on the road, maybe 10, 15 meters away, and even some of the high level aircraft that are going over. Those all have to be paused out of my measurement to be able to measure accurately the music noise level. So all of those other sources would sort of artificially make my music noise level measurements louder, which is not what I'm there to measure. So we have to pause those out. So hopefully that gives you an idea of the sort of levels and quietness we're talking about. I obviously do appreciate the area is quiet. It's a rural location, but yeah, the music noise is not louder than any of those sources when we're talking about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Do you have another question?
I do. So we're going back to this idea of context in a way, but you're talking about loudness and measuring volume levels. But do you accept that the kind of music noise associated with these sorts of festivals, even in the background, when experienced over sustained lengths of time, and we're talking about basically sort of rhythmic bass beats, when experienced over sustained lengths of time over several consecutive days and nights, that could constitute a noise nuisance, even if your decibel limits aren't exceeded.
Is that a question?
Yeah, do you accept that?
No, I don't accept that a nuisance is occurring. We take into account all of those factors, as I previously mentioned: the frequency, the timing, the number of days, the multiple days a year. That's all considered and reviewed against the national guidelines, and also the feedback that you guys are providing will feed into our process for deciding the music noise levels going forwards. So I'd like to thank you for the detailed feedback we've received during this process, and that will definitely feed into our music noise levels going forwards.
Thank you. One more.
Yep.
Does the council's environmental protection officer attend all events while they're in progress?
I don't know. I have met various environmental protection officers over various events, but I couldn't tell you whether they've been to absolutely every event.
Are there any further questions?
No, is the answer to that? Do we know the answer? Okay.
Okay. Are there any further questions from other persons? No. Okay, thank you. In which case I'm going to go to questions from members. I'm going to go to the very keen Councillor Browning that's lit up for a little while.
So you may sort of, it follows on from Councillor Tyson's second question around the type of noise. So you've said you measure the noise levels and they're compliant with national standards. Do you measure anything around the type of noise? Because obviously those bass beats do carry more. So do you measure those frequencies, and is there a compliance level for those as well as the actual decibels?
Yes, within the noise management plans, I think there may be 1 or 2 submitted with this. They do contain our low frequency bass, if you like, control methodology as well, and that is agreed. There is separate guidance on that within the document I've mentioned, so that's taken into account. And of course, yes, the low frequency is of our most concern, especially during the night time. It's just the laws of physics. The lower frequencies have a longer wavelength. They can travel further. They have more energy. So unfortunately, yes, they can be perceived at further distance than the other frequencies.
But you confirm that they are within the compliance national regulations?
Yes.
Okay.
We work to the
Second question.
Sorry, can I just deal with that particular point that you mentioned about the noise management plan? I just want to make sure that you are aware that within the pack that we've served, there's an example of a noise management plan provided at page 41 onwards. I just want to make sure. I'm conscious you asked the question, which kind of begged whether you'd actually seen the noise management plan.
Yes, thank you. I am aware.
Thank you.
Second question. So you've talked a lot about measuring music noise. You haven't mentioned any other type of noise, i.e. crowd noise, people's voices. Having raised some teenagers that love to party, I know that when they have a lot to drink. They get very noisy and don't realise how noisy they are. And I've had neighbours come round and ask them to turn the noise down. And so what about the crowd noise? Because you said that doubling the numbers or tripling the numbers wouldn't increase the noise levels. How can you be sure of that? And do you measure noise levels of people getting very excited, having drunk a lot of alcohol and partying in the middle of the night? Do you measure those levels?
They are not part of the sort of compliance for the music. We obviously, if I thought there was a certain concern over the number of people and their proximity to people's residences, we're quite fortunate that none of the sort of event site is directly upon anyone's house at the moment. And the areas that are proposed to get a bit closer in Newnham are primarily going to be for car parking, etc. So the audience noise is not considered as much as the music noise, but as I say, if there was a concern at the noise management plan and the planning stages, I would raise that, and we would work in mitigation to help with that.
So what do you do to manage the noise on exit as people are leaving the site in the early hours of the morning?
That would be probably more of a sort of site management question. From a noise point of view, they would mainly be in vehicles or, shuttle buses or cars. I don't know if that's the type of noise you mean, like road traffic noise, or whether you mean
no, I meant people talking loudly as they leave the site.
Yeah, I don't believe, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe the intention is for people to be on foot leaving the site.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from other members of the panel? Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. I'll preface this by saying I appreciate obviously every event is different, therefore the sound and the noise that can be controlled will vary and differ from event to event, which is why I note we've got the detailed conditions as they stand in respect of noise management plans. What we don't currently have on the license is a condition around the maximum decibel levels in respect of music and stage sound, etc. I was just wondering if, in your mind, there would be a viable condition that would limit the decibel level across the site for all events, and if that might support and assist the noise management plan developments going forwards.
To flip that on its head, at the moment, the condition says that every event noise level has to be agreed by an environmental protection officer. And if it's not agreed, then the environmental protection officer's recommendation is the one that proceeds. Now, to me, that gives much more flexibility to the environmental protection team to control music noise from these events. If we have multiple complaints and issues with music noise, then they can very easily change the music noise level or suggest a different music noise level for the next event. If we were to put music noise level limits into the license, that would take a lot more variations and reviews to change those. So at the moment, I would suggest that it's in the sort of local authority's favour, the condition as it's written.
Any further questions? Okay, I have a couple then. Coming off of a point that Councillor Brown actually made, you mentioned that more people you don't think is going to make more noise, but I think, would it be fair to say that if you have a great deal more people, then there's a likelihood that you then have more stages and therefore more noise or more spread of noise across the site?
Yes, that's perfectly acceptable and reasonable sort of statement to make. Yes, we would need more arena area for customers, and we would probably have to have more stages or bigger stages. But I'll go back to my point from previously that the music noise level limits would not change off site. So we would have to design those stages to still be within the music noise level limits that we have. We don't just we're not allowed to make more noise just because we have more stages. So
yeah, that's absolutely fair. And this is a point that Mr. Payne made about or an additional condition that you've offered, in that the only the main stage would cease all music at 1 a.m. and then you would have more localized music. In terms of that localized music, after 1 a.m., would you then be looking to, largely reduce the decibel?
Yes, and that would go into the planning process as well of the events. It would not look reasonable, in my opinion, that we say, okay, main stage finishes at 1, but the music noise level stays the same until 2. That's not the intention. That's not how the reason we're proposing it. Broadly, the reason would be to run sort of smaller areas, should we say? I don't even want to call them stages necessarily, just to keep a bit of ambience whilst people sort of disperse and go back to their tents or go back to their vehicles or whatever, just to smooth things out a little bit.
I do have a couple more questions. This is going to touch into an operation aspect that's not just to do with noise, and I'm perfectly content to ask the other part of this question in a bit. Obviously, I know that we're just trying to get through for this part. Do you see it then as? Would you suggest that if you are reducing that noise volume to that, then actually it would be somewhat sensible to reduce the timings in line with that for the sale of alcohol, in order to push people towards settling down, because obviously if they're going to continue buying large amounts of alcohol potentially for an additional sorry, let me make sure that I'm correct in what I say here. Because I believe they're still allowed to, your variation actually still goes till 4 o'clock for the sale or supply of alcohol. Would it not be sensible to bring that in line with that measure then?
I'll defer that to the sort of site team and to.
Chair, I'm conscious that hasn't been part of the application. I'm conscious that the noise that's being complained about is essentially noise from music, is the thing that's being advanced here. I would suggest that probably goes a little bit beyond the remit of this particular variation. I know Mr. Winsmith can deal with some of the programming things in a moment, perhaps when he gives his evidence.
I only bring it up because of the additional condition that you brought forward, and if you are moving towards settling down, that was the only part of that I was really thinking about, really. But I will go back to noise specific. I understand that there was a relatively good relationship with residents at one point. I'm not going to suggest that's ended or when that, when that may have become more strenuous. But in terms of the affected communities and their input into this, will you commit to working in a closer way in consultation with those communities for the noise level?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see there's a way forward without further communication and further discussions with the local communities, obviously Bygrave here, but also Newnham and Ashwell.
Okay, thank you. In which case, sorry, are you getting my attention? So you looked up at me. So, okay, in which case, what we'll do is we'll go back to the rest of the presentation and the representation from the premises license holder. But thank you very much, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. I'll be here for a few minutes, but yeah, thank you.
Chair, I'm conscious you were asking a question about liaison with those in the local area. I think it probably would be helpful just to deal with that point now and ask Mr. Farr to give you a bit of an explanation about what does happen and what has happened, certainly in recent months and beyond that. If you'd like to give a few words.
Yeah, so since our last hearing, we have agreed that we would communicate with Bygrave Council as well as Newnham on future events coming. And I will, it's very difficult to tell with future events that are coming up when they arise. So I've agreed with Bygrave Parish and Newnham Parish that I'll give as much notice as possible before each of the events. I can't put a month on it, but I would like to say before December that we could give what is coming. I sent a list to Mr. Tyson and Bygrave back in December of potential events, and I think that's when everyone freaks out because there were 25 of them. Or locally, I heard there were 100 on, which wasn't the case. I have agreed in the last hearing that I will work as best I can with Bygrave and Newnham Parish, giving them as much notice as possible, and with letters before each event, 3 or 6 months before, depending on the size.
Chair, thank you very much for that. I'd like to move on to the matters of traffic, which have been raised as well. And you will see in your supplementary bundle at page, I think it's 12, there is a statement from Ben Jones. And there is also within that pack an example of a traffic management plan. Now, you will have seen the warning at the beginning of the pack about confidential information, and this in itself is quite sensitive information. So I'm proposing not to go through the traffic management plan in any great detail because simply it has security and confidentiality matters which shouldn't be put into the public domain. You have those in front of you.
Sorry, could you just give us a moment?
Yes,
because we've obviously been supplied these, and if they are part of your submission, in my view, we should be able to talk about them in the public.
We can talk about
arena.
them, but the detail of some of them does need to be remain confidential because of security implications. You will realise of the difficulty there is.
Sorry, Mr. Payne, could you give me a couple of moments because I just need to consult. So having consulted, I have a choice. Either we can place some weight on this for this hearing and talk about it openly with every detail if we so choose. Alternatively, we remove this entirely from this and we will just rely on the pack report that we've got by officers. That's the two choices I have, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'm conscious that a slightly different approach was taken before.
Well, this is unredacted, you see.
Yes, indeed. Indeed.
So if there is confidential stuff, it should have been redacted when it was given over to us.
Yes.
Otherwise, I just have to rely on the reports as
No,
prepared by officers.
No, indeed.
Those are the,
Let me
those,
deal with
those
it
are the
on-
choices I can give, I'm afraid.
Let me deal with it on this basis. You have an example of a traffic management plan within the pack. We don't need to rely on that. That's just provided there to give you some information to show the thought process, the work that goes into creating a traffic management plan. The more important matters are the statement of Ben Jones, which appears on page 12 of the pack. There is nothing confidential in that. I'm perfectly content for you to look at that. And also the supplementary statement that was handed over this morning, because unfortunately Mr. Jones has another commitment and couldn't be here today. And you'll have got a statement from him which summarises his position. And the only real section from that I need to...
Sorry, I need to...
Yes.
I need to...
Of course.
Is this the supplementary statement you're talking about? That one?
It looks like it, and the other parties have had a copy.
So to be clear, which parts are you suggesting are have confidential data information?
The statement, none of it.
Right, so that is has
Correct.
no right.
That's not a problem.
And which part does have? So
The one that's marked traffic management plan, which appears.
Could you tell me the page number?
Let me just find that now. Page 18, I think it is in the bundle.
It's this bit, it's the next bit, it's not this bit, it's the next bit. It's this bit. That's the-
Okay, so
It's
you're
one-
saying that that's got confidential.
Yes, because it shows routes, exits, entrances. I don't need to point this out, that is information which potentially could be of interest to someone who wished to do harm, if I can put it in polite terms, to people attending the event.
Yeah.
I'm conscious that
Okay, give me
things like Manchester Arena. Of course, those are high in everybody's mind. At the
yeah.
moment.
No, of course. Just give me one.
Yes.
So if you're saying that we cannot discuss that openly in this hearing, yeah, in which case I have to direct the panel that the report starting on page 18 of the bundle supplied to us onwards till the end of that traffic management report can be lent no weight and will not be considered to have any weight. However, the statement from Ben Jones, which we have paper copies of, will be considered and will have weight as much as is considered. Okay.
Yes, Chair, noted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noted. So if I could take you to Ben Jones' statement, the outline of it is very similar to one that appears in the pack, but the most important section, which is the section that I'll read, appears on page 5, which is relevant to the variation that's been sought. And it starts at 13.4. And what he says is that events with a capacity of up to 19,999 will be multi-day events with on-site camping. As such, the daily traffic impact of these events will be no more than for large single-day events which are permitted within the existing licence. For weekend camping events, arrivals and departures will take place over a period of hours and days, which lessens the daily impact of events of this type. As indicative daily arrival and departure profiles of events of this type are included below, and he gives an outline there of typical arrivals and departures. The Safety Advisory Group, you've heard a lot about, of course, receives copy of traffic management plans. But what Mr. Jones says in his report effectively is that the variation that is being sought. I'm sorry, Joe, you're okay. Yes. The variation that is sought is capable of being managed within the traffic management plan. That comes not with a little experience, because Mr. Jones's experience is set out in paragraph 5 of his statement. And that quite clearly counters the suggestion of no experience of dealing with large events. You can see there that he has dealt with events, some of them 6,000, some of them 2,500, but then going up to 50,000, and I think even further. I don't think he's listed that here, but I think he's had events up to 100,000 people. So this is well within the remit that he has been given. This is well within the plan and his capabilities to design a traffic management plan which is suitable for the increased numbers that are being sought. So that is the report that I have for you on traffic management. If you want to talk about any particular matters to do with traffic management, we'll try and field what we can between myself and Mr. Gwynne-Smith, and the programming and how people arrive and depart at that particular site.
Okay, if just a moment, what we'll do is we'll ask some questions about the traffic management as a separate part. Because of procedure, I will go to the other persons to ask questions first. If you're, yeah.
Yes, thank you. So my understanding from looking at information, what I've heard is that there are 2 exits now onto Ashwell Road. There's previous only been one at Catditch where the bridleway is. A second one appeared for the cereals event. I'd like to understand if that's permanent, because, and was planning permission sought, because it is onto a category C road. So I think that needs planning permission.
Well, the matter of planning, of course, is an entirely separate matter that's not relevant to the licence variation, and I can't answer that question. In terms of whether it's a permanent arrangement, quite clearly not. The arrangements need to be made with the input of highways to make sure that the right location, the right routes are taken. So that's the simple answer to the question.
Thank you. You've jumped on that before I could about the planning aspect of it.
I just have one second question, if that's okay. So I showed you pictures of the traffic gridlocks and queues for the cereals event. Were traffic lights installed at that junction on the A507 for the cereals event? Yeah.
I will attempt to. I have a loud voice anyway, which is a win. I will attempt to answer that. In my belief, they were not installed on that junction for cereals.
Okay, so that's a sort of follow-on question then, because my understanding is those sorts of things are supposed to be put in place if they're required. So do you have any answers to why that did not happen, considering the amount of chaos it caused just with sort of a few thousand cars?
I mean, all I can refer to again is we obviously employ a high-end traffic management company, and all of those traffic management plans are signed off through the SAG process and via highways and agreed with everyone. So if the highways and the traffic management company have agreed a specific process, that is exactly what they are wanting to do, because that's why we use a high-end company and liaise through SAG to do said thing.
There's no sort of agile planning, you know, take account of what's happening, what you might do. That's sort of question.
I will say you don't have to answer that.
Right.
Because I think
Let me deal with this in one way. I have dealt with many large events myself, as you can imagine, as an advocate dealing with these types of venue. I deal with some much larger events than this on similar types of road structures, if I can put it like that. The one thing that is quite clear and apparent is that changing a plan during the course of an event is an extremely dangerous thing to do. Now, if there is an analysis and quite clearly some remedial action needs to be taken in a safe way, that will be done in terms of the context of organising that event. If not, then that gets fed back into the safety advisory group process, and further consultation, further experts will look at the way that that happens. As I say, it's very dangerous to start changing plans right there and then on the ground, because that's when wrong decisions are made.
Yes. Having also done some large events, I can understand. This is why I said you didn't have to answer the question. You don't have to. For that reason, just by virtue. Were there any other questions? Tom, did you want?
Just one. You interpreted comments about lack of experience of large events at this site as being a reference to potentially to Mr. Ben Jones's lack of experience, which of course was never intended to be meant. So would you agree then that, as we believe, that there's no experience at this event site of large events of a scale such as those proposed in this variation of events up to 15 or 20,000 people?
The simple answer, Chair, that you would expect me to answer to that is no, simply because there isn't a license for it. However, let me deal with the question about whether there has been experience within the capacities that have been authorised, and I can easily hand that over to my right-hand side.
Can I just have a follow-up question to that then?
Sorry,
we can answer
Tom,
the question first.
Could we have a question answered and then yes.
Sure.
There we go. I would remind Tom that we ran the Far Festival at 15,000 capacity for 2 years running. We also operated cereals and Electric Woodland at 10 to 12,000 plus. So, and away from site, my experience is far greater than that. So I would counter that on both aspects.
Based on that, would you like a follow-up question?
I'm intrigued about this changing figures for the cereals event. But the Farfest events were many years ago, weren't they? And what I was suggesting is that we have no recent experience of moving that number of people. And we just to ask if you can confirm that the current license does allow for one event per year of up to 14,999 people.
Sorry, Tom, can I ask you to clarify your question?
The question is in response to Mr. Payne saying that no such scale of events is licensed at the moment, but I wanted to just have confirmation that there is in fact a potential for an event of up to 15,000 people under the current license.
Chair, I'm afraid that's just being provocative because that's a matter on the license.
Yes, it's fair to say that there is at the moment on the license the capacity to have one event per year that goes up to 14,999. If there are no more questions from other persons, then I will now go to members of the panel, and I've got Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. So you referred to Ben Jones' report 13.4, paragraph 13.4. I do not understand the rationale for the phrase that the daily traffic impact of these events will be no more than one large single event. When you look on the schedule, the table 2, and it says, obviously you've got lots of weekend campers arriving on Thursday, but then on Friday, Saturday and Sunday, you've got 4,000, 5,000 and 3,000 day ticket holders, as well as weekend campers arriving. So how can the daily traffic impact be less because you've got people coming for the weekend when you're also issuing day passes? I'm confused. Can you please enlighten me?
Yes, yeah, we can.
Hello, I've also deciphered that. So my belief is what Ben's saying is currently, obviously, when we operate between 7499 and 1499, we do mixed day and weekend tickets. But if once we went over 14999, we would only do weekend tickets. So there would be no day tickets. That's my understanding. And that's also my understanding from an event management side.
Okay, that's not at all clear in table 2, because table 2 says this is for the capacity up to 20,000. Example, it's an example. So, but so you're saying that within this license variation, you would not issue day tickets for multi-day events of the bigger variety? Because that's not what I've read in this.
No, I'm trying to I'm not going to make a statement that I wouldn't do that, because I'm trying to also decipher what Ben's written. I mean, what I can also, I will revert to my previous comment about SAG and the fact that we go through that whole process and everything is agreed every time. So anything we do has to be agreed with responsible authorities at all times. So I know that sounds like a bit of a fallback position, but Ben is the traffic manager. Ben is the expert here, and obviously is not here and wrote that. So for me, we have operated between 7499 and 14999 on a regular-ish basis, as Tom asked about. So I have to agree that that isn't particularly clear. I can't deny it, I'm afraid, but I also am trying to decipher what he exactly meant. So apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Dennis.
Thank you. So I think as well, perhaps where some of the confusion and the concern might come from is obviously this is a license for a site which holds multiple diverse events over a period of time. So we're thinking not about the license and the conditions for one specific and clearly pinned down event, but actually a site facility that can help support multiple different events over the course of time.
Sorry, one second. So 1 second. I just want to make sure that that everyone is able to pay attention to the question as being asked. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to restart your questioning.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, preamble reference. This is an application for a site license rather than for one clearly identified and pinned down event, which is perhaps why we're approaching it and talking about things more in the round. And I appreciate that does pose some challenges, and I can hear clearly the concerns from the objectors. So with that in mind, we are not applying weight to the traffic management plan example that's been provided in the document pack. However, I'm mindful that there have been multiple previous events. There have been comments made around those, and I'd be keen to understand the lessons learned from those events and how they've been taken forward, and how the applicant will be able to work with responsible authorities, in particular the highways agencies, in developing future transport management plans which will support a larger number of attendees at the site.
Thank you. I mean, I think you've almost introduced what I wanted to say, so thank you very much. As I said at the start of this, I've been working up here for 13 years. And have been responsible for all of the events. I'm the licensee, you know, et cetera, everything we have ever done has been hand in hand with the SAG process, with the responsible authorities, with everyone who I haven't seen at the review or here today objecting to the variation. So everything we do, we work hand in hand with those people that are put in place to make sure we run and operate correctly. Through the ESMP process, through traffic management, through noise, through everything. There has never been a breach of our license. You know, I don't deny that there have been isolated incidents over 13 years. I saw a list, I think, of 5 incidents, and I'm not including noise at this point. I'm talking about the crime and disorder, the public safety and those things. I don't deny that, of course, and anyone that holds a premises license, things will happen because people come there. We work incredibly hard to make sure that we do this all properly. The site does, as you said, there's a diversification already on our site, moving away due to the local neighborhood of such loud, noisy events that we perceive, although we're running them properly, do cause a problem to our neighbors. We started that process as was picked up earlier. It's a year to get an event onto the ground. It's not, you start that conversation a long time ago. This year on our site, we have a food festival. Yes, I concede that it does have some late music and it does want to go till 1 o'clock in the morning, but it is predominantly a food festival. Live action role playing with no stages, metal detecting weekend. We are predominantly pushing to A, stay financially viable, yes, in the current environment, but also to make sure that it's not just boom, boom, boom till 4 o'clock in the morning, no matter whether we are inside of and operating correctly and inside of our noise limits and et cetera, et cetera. So that process was started a long time ago, and therefore that's why we looked already to hand back some of our opening hours, because we were moving away from being open so late. I can only again, talk about our hand-in-hand operation with police, council licensing, environmental health. They are all welcome onto our site. They all regularly visit. My SAG debrief for last year was 2 days ago. Again, there were no issues raised with anything. 2 days yesterday, Tuesday, just checking what day I'm on, sorry. We have worked so hard. The license when I took over in forever ago was for 2,500 people. Since then, we have probably operated, I'm going to say, around 20 events. We're not open every weekend. That's physically impossible. We're not a pub, we're an event site. Yes, and appreciated, we are discussing an event site. We are not discussing a specific event. And I tie that back yet again to the ESMP, the SAG, your people that are in place for us to work with, for us to be proper operators. No more than that can I say.
Thank you. Do I have any other questions from members of the panel on this specific part? Okay, well, I've got a couple of questions, so I'll just move on to mine. Now, obviously, I take the point on 13.4 of Ben's report, that as such, the daily traffic impact of these events will be no more than for large single day events. But that's, I think the point that I would, I think the point I would like to, yes, but sorry, I've just had my colleague point out to me that on Friday, people coming to arriving at the event could be 11,500. That's an estimate that has been made on this example, and actually that does tie into my point. So I will take it and I'll run with it. Obviously, that is something that would be perfectly allowable, but in the one event that you have currently going up to 14,999. So technically, absolutely allowable in that respect. But I think actually this kind of brings a further point that the daily traffic impact of these events will be no more than for large single day events, which are permitted within the existing license. But I suppose the point there is then that it's for more than one day in a row. It's not just one day that residents of those villages will be affected. It's multiple days in a row. So this is a preamble that's coming. So when we then look at the particular days of the week, as in the weekdays, do you see the issue that could arise, particularly for traffic, but also particularly for school children who need, or people who need to get their children to school? for multiple days in a row potentially. And obviously with setup as well, where you're having the traffic before, let's say, so you know, if your setup is over a couple of weeks and you're taking other large items to the venue, potentially you have a whole week where you might be disrupting residents getting their children to school. I'm trying to think of how I make that more of a question. Sorry, but do you see the impact that might have over the course of these events?
Yeah, I was also trying to tie it back to one of the licensing objectives. But I would imagine what you're talking about is public nuisance essentially in that respect. But of course, that's probably not a public nuisance. But I think that the difficulty is that if there was an event on one weekend, for instance, it's not going to be loading in for multiple days beforehand. So that's not going to be repeated day after day after day. There will be one load in, and then there will be one get out. So it's not, I think, as you described, that there would be multiple get-ins on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. It just wouldn't operate that way. If that is a,
so I'm particularly talking about people arriving to the event and the impact that has.
I appreciate what you're saying, but again, it's a balanced approach to every event. We look at the event and say, is that feasible? Before it even comes before the SAG or before the highways, you know, one of the events that was supposed to happen this year, part of their contract was they wanted to do 15,000. In their contract, it said, that's fine, but you cannot do more than 2,000 to 4,000 day tickets, and we reserve the right, if we feel that it will not work, to limit those day tickets. So it's very hard for me to say to you, this is black or white, I'm afraid, yeah? And no disrespect intended in the slightest, but we have to assess every single event from my event professional hat to make sure it works with the highways, with the police, with the everything. And again, I draw your attention to, I appreciate there have been isolated incidents at peak times for an agricultural event where, unfortunately, we did have a high number of people on site. Every single one of those farmers drove their own pickup with one person in it. You know, again, we have to work per event. You know, the national average of persons per vehicle arriving at an event is between 2.6 and 2.8. Then you put in coach travel, then you put in railway. Nothing is a simple solution for me to say to you, I can guarantee A, B, and C will happen here for the whole 365 days of the year, you know, which is why we have a process.
No, I understand that. I do. I suppose a follow-up question then. Because of the potential disruption for getting, let's say, children to school, people to work, and home from school, home from work, do you think that there would be potentially a sensible approach by limiting the entry or exit from the venue for traffic between something like 8 o'clock and 9:30 when children get taken to school, and around 2:30 to 4:30 when children come home or are brought home from school, to ensure that there is a much reduced impact on local residents?
Chair, I think that would present some significant management problems, because at the end of the day, people arriving will arrive when, in some respects, they want to arrive, even if they're given a time. I am struggling with the licensing objective that applies to this principle. We know that we're not causing public nuisance by the traffic management plan. That is a clear thing. There's been no suggestion there is public nuisance to my mind, but it would be very difficult to impose and indeed enforce a control or a condition that times of arrival are limited. I think it would also cause more problems. I think that would be a policing issue that would need to be addressed.
I want to agree. Whilst we will always look to work outside of those times, and absolutely we take those into account, you know, with our pre-warning, with our letters to residents, and with our information we give to people that are doing events. to physically, it's like if you've gone to your local pub and then they tell you can't leave for 2 hours, I think we might have a little bit of an, I mean, maybe not for some people, but we might have a little bit of an issue enforcing you can't leave this area.
Sorry, just also the way the site is as well, we can get miles of cars quickly off the road onto site with the new extended area. So I just wanted to highlight the point that if anything's queued up, they are taken so quickly off, and I can't vouch for Ben, but there's X amounts of cars per second that we can get onto site. So for the larger events, that will be planned to get cars off the road as quickly as possible.
Councillor Dennis.
Yes. Thank you. So I know the answer to the first part of this question. I think it's the second part of the question which might assist in building confidence from the panel. So I'd be grateful if I could be reminded of what Highways' view and engagement with this particular licence application was, given that they're a relevant authority. But then I would also like to understand how involved and engaged they are with the individual development of those traffic management plans, especially given the sort of road safety aspects and issues in that particular space. I hope you catch the meaning and the point that I'm trying to get to here.
Well, indeed. I mean, the Highways Authority is, of course, part of the Safety Advisory Group, so that it has a feedback in there. But I believe Mr. Jones has been in contact with Highways to discuss individual plans and put those plans together on a case-by-case basis. I can't give you a specific answer, but that would be, I cannot believe that someone of Mr. Jones' standing would not do something like that. It's fundamental to producing any traffic management plan that the Highways Authority is consulted, and it's given the opportunity to feed its views in that if something is wrong, that should be changed.
For absolute clarity, the variation obviously went in on the .gov website, which is shared with all responsible authorities immediately. They had no comment again due to no preceding issues, and I can absolutely clarify that the traffic management plan goes through the SAG. Highways were on my SAG debrief for all 3 events last year on Tuesday. Had no comment to make, no issues raised, and Ben does directly, in the same way as he talks to GTR and to all the local routing and road people, directly speaks to them as an adjunct to the SAG procedure.
Thank you. Just a quick call for a last call for questions from the panel before we move on to the next part of their presentation. No, please continue.
Joe, the only other thing that I need to direct you towards is the remainder of the bundle, which does actually show a significant amount of support for events at this particular site. I know some of the comments that are made there were produced as part of the review process, but you can imagine that it is quite difficult to engage people to positively comment on something at the best of times, let alone on 2 separate applications. You'll probably have noticed that there is a significant reduction in some of those representations that were made on the review, and partially that was because they were supporting the variation as well. We don't have copies of those full documents as far as I'm aware, but suffice to say that there is a significant support for the variation. I should explain that this particular variation goes to try and make the site or continue the site to be viable. It is a site that promotes local businesses, and I don't know if Mr. Farr would like to make mention of some of the local businesses that are involved in the events at the site and their part in it, including the food traders.
Yes, there are several people locally. I'm glad we brought the point up because the numbers against this are 28, but I can assure you there are hundreds of local people that attend these events. And I know full well that I probably get 29 texts an hour 3 days before because everyone wants last minute plans to go. It is great for our community. I know local pubs thrive from it. I know several businesses, Woodville, Tents, Abacus, Marquees. There's a Eco Waste Recycling, which is on the site pretty much, so works well for waste and people hiring the site. There's from Baldock, there's James that does our internet, coffee shops, coffee stalls, food vans. There are several companies that work on our site, and I always push him. We give promoters a list of what they want, and we put that forward to them, so those people are at the top of the list.
Thank you. So this is something that actually benefits the local area as well. It's not just something that one particular farm is benefiting from. It is actually something of universal attraction, we would say. With that in mind, you have the application. I think we have no more that we want to submit to you beyond those papers. I don't want to take your time unnecessarily with this. And we just ask that this application is approved with the amendment that I've further added in relation to the main stage closing at 1 a.m. But obviously, if you have any more questions, we're more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. So widening this out now beyond what we've previously asked you questions on, are there any questions on any remaining part of this application for variation from the other persons? Yes, I can see there is.
You'd be pleased to know it's only one question, hopefully quite quick. I was obviously very pleased to hear Mr. Grinsmith talk about moving away from the boom, boom, boom events. Can I clarify whether that is moving away or having them in addition to other events? So we've already got 25, 26 days of events planned for this year.
Sounds like me. I mean, obviously we are moving away. That is a specific strategy, but I'm not going to commit to only having one type or defining the types of events that we have on the land. You know, that is very difficult. You know, next year, you know, we're starting the planning process for next year already. We're hoping the majority of the events that are in the calendar for this year that seem to be much less offending to our neighbourhood. We're hoping they will transition across to next year. I can't tell. The economy is a fragile beast at the moment, to say the least. So much as we will try, I can't commit, I'm afraid, to just having one specific thing in the pile.
Thank you. Tom, do you have anything?
One, given that the license allows an unrestricted number of events up to a capacity of 7,500, is there any legal provision within or outside of the realm of the licensing authority that would protect local communities from exposure to an unlimited number of events during the course of the year?
I mean, you'll be asking them that because these questions are specifically for the premises license holder and their representatives. I'm afraid to say. So it's up to you. I can ask if you'd like to speak to that.
There's not an awful lot to speak to. The events under 7,500 are not part of this application. They are a completely irrelevant matter.
Okay. Yeah, so sorry about that. Just procedurally, we have to follow the way that we do. Are there any more questions from either of the other persons? No. Okay. In which case, I'll go to Councillor Dennis. Very keen.
No, not very keen. I just want to make sure we're getting I understand something, because this was a point I raised before lunch with the objectors. And I just want to try and clarify some things in my mind. What was the rationale for the redrafting of operating schedule condition 1A, small Roman numeral 1? because, and the reason I'm asking this is because, to my mind, what we have drafted in the existing license gives us a degree of certainty about whom the license holder will consult with in advance of events, and it also gives us an element of certainty about what will be contained within that notification. The redrafting that is submitted in this variation, to my mind, loses both of those elements of certainty. And you heard the objector's view in respect of that. So if you could give me clarity on the rationale for that, that would be very helpful.
Understanding is that that is what the responsible authorities wanted on the application. And you will have seen, I think, the comments from, was it Environmental Health, who said that they wanted a sequence of conditions. And that's where this has originated from.
Follow up on that, if I may. So I take the point. However, I was wondering whether the applicant would be minded to accept that variation in small Roman numeral paragraph 1, which I don't think sort of significantly speaks to or links to the environmental health advice and the officer input on this, was to revert back to the existing wording. But perhaps if we were to include the addition after Bygrave Parish Council of and Newnham Parish Council, which I think captures what's been said already today in respect of them being consulted and given the notice of events 6 months in advance of them occurring. Would you be minded to accept that as an amendment to what you're putting forward today?
Sorry.
Yes. I think we're in agreement here, looking left and right, that we're fine with that. It wasn't a variation that we requested in the first place. So, I mean, my understanding was to tie it off into similarity between other licensing.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. So I think that's something that we can work up. And then the only other point that I had kind of linked and sitting in that space is I think that the addition of small Roman numeral 2 is excellent. But what I'm minded that we are also losing is the existing small numeral 2, which gives us a bit of detail about what happens in terms of the development and the creation of the event management plan. So again, I would query if you would be minded to keep the existing small Roman numeral 2 and then, as it is drafted already, and then insert the variation small numeral 2 as a small numeral 3.
Be acceptable. Yeah, I think if the application were granted as requested with that addition, there'll be no objection.
Okay, thank you. Someone else up.
Are there any other questions from the panel? I have some questions, funnily enough. I've said that each and every time. Okay. I've got a few, so I'm going to warn you now. Could I just ask, obviously you have unlimited events up to 7,500 people. Can I ask how often you sell out on those events? I will allow a percentage figure kind of amount.
I mean, for clarity, for the last 13 years, I think there's a very broad answer to this, unfortunately. As I said to you previously, I took over the event management and the license, the DPS, 13 years ago. We have been slowly building up the use of the site. There was a little thing called COVID popped along. And I think in my lifetime as such, the maximum amount of times we've activated the license previously, not including the year coming, has been 3 times a year, for total clarity. Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's fairly obvious from the list of events that, again, that we're moving to this coming year, that yes, we are hoping to operate the site on a more regular basis, but we're also not hoping to have 20,000 people there every weekend, which we understand would be a worry for everybody. And also completely impossible because the ground needs between 2 and 4 weeks to recover. Hence the fact, again, going back to layout and design and things like that, there's a whole working project there around, you can't have the same thing in the same place every month, because otherwise environmentally it would not be sustainable either. So
Yeah.
it's a very broad picture, I'm afraid. Is the
Yeah, no, I understand. But just to be clear, you're saying 3 times per year you
we have
reach
done.
capacity at 7,500, is that, sorry?
No, not
No,
even
right,
close
okay.
to that. Not even close to that.
Right.
I mean, predominantly our events this year, live action role playing are expecting 1,000 to 1,500. Vegans are expecting 6,000 to 7,000. Metal detecting is around 1,000. So you can see that, and here, so niche events, which is how we're trying to diversify. I mean, I've talked about vegan camp out. I've just talked about live action role playing, metal detecting. Those events that don't have a main stage artist, national marketing costs, run at a much smaller budget turnover, fiscal ability, yeah, as opposed to. And I never want to say Glastonbury in a meeting because everybody loses their mind. But per example, when you have a bigger event of the style that cause more problems, they need to, in the current environment, because there are so many of those, and the obviously the economics are tight on those events, henceforth looking for a slightly larger capacity because they don't operate in the same economic environment as those niche events that just 1,000 people come because they want to do metal detecting. That's probably the only one of its kind in the UK. Whereas let's talk about the dancey style stuff. There are a lot of them. Henceforth, we all know everybody's got less money in their pocket these days. Ticket prices can't go up. So the answer is, unfortunately, to sell a few more tickets.
So that kind of leads on to quite neatly onto my next question. Actually, that's quite good. So in your application for the variation, you want to increase from 1 event going up to 14,999. And now you want to increase to 3. Do you already have events in mind that would utilize all 3 of those each year? Or is this a case of you're going for 14,999 and hoping to achieve 3 events that will reach that?
We do, to be blunt. The vegan camp out, which has come from Bicester, sold 12,000 last year. Amafest, which was at ours, which had operated, I can't remember where it had operated previously. They again had sold 10,000 their year before. They are currently pitched in our 7,499 bracket for planning time. So they are all operating at 7,499. So potentially those 2 events could go north of, but we put it in that bracket because of we told them we can't promise them that we could go, and now they will stay in that bracket because we have no planning time to alter them. So in essence, yes, we already have 2 events out of potentially 3 that could have sold more tickets, could have been financially better, could have been. It's never going to.
They want to grow.
Yeah, they also. I mean, that's it. The LARP guys also want to grow. I mean, who doesn't want to see 7,000 polystyrene swords and elves running around with bows and arrows?
Absolutely. Gosh. I actually, to be honest, I think that would, that'd be preferable if we can just have that. Okay, and then I think this is the next stage of this question is: do you already have an event in mind that for the 19,999 that capacity then?
We did, but they have walked away due to the ongoing situation.
Okay, thank you. But was that's a one-off approach, was it, or would you each year find an event that would fulfill that capacity?
No, not necessarily. No. Not if it doesn't fill our capacity for being operated correctly.
Yeah.
So yes, we would like to grow you know, and that was part of the process of doing this. You know, the event, the site is always growing. We are always looking at ways to better ourselves, better our processes, everything that goes on there. Every day's a school day, isn't it? So
No, absolutely. Oh, sorry.
Just before someone jumps in at 19,000, we wouldn't want a promoter on day one coming with that. So I think just to keep that, there'd have to be a very professional company that would want to do it to keep us happy.
I mean, what I think I'm just going to clarify what my boss is saying is, I think something that's really very important is we do not dry hire the site. Yeah, so you can't walk in and hire like a nightclub hire. You know, there are a contract of hire. Part of that is us retaining the event management, the safety, the security, and the things that we really like make sure are done properly. Hence the fact, you know, 13 years down the line, we are not in. We've never breached our license and we've never had an issue. You know, we don't let someone just walk in and say, off you pop, you know, give us a load of money, we're walking away. It's literally how it's not been set up. You know, lots of extra work for both my client and myself, but actually lots more control and surety over what happens on the event site.
Sorry, can I just clarify something that was just said, just in case I misheard. You said that you wouldn't want someone walking in with the idea that they would be going for 19,999, like just on day one. What do you mean by that? Sorry.
Straight away, it would be. We would hope to grow with them, so they would start at a lower capacity, and we would hope that they would build up to that.
And to be clear, they would start at a low capacity for one event, and then the following events would be
their following event if they keep coming back each year.
You know, right? Okay, I was just making sure that you didn't mean you'd start at a lower capacity, and then you would look to sell tickets beyond that.
No.
I just wanted to make that clarification because that is very different thing, I'm sure you can imagine. Sorry, Gareth.
I think just to clarify what Alex is saying is there are checks and balances about who hires a site. Yes. And although you've said what we wouldn't do is let someone come in with no background of running a professional event at that capacity and just get on with it. You know, that's why I am in place. I'm going to slightly adverse from what Alex said is if a professional event company came in with a history of running events at that capacity and higher, and they passed our checks and balances, then potentially that could happen. But in essence, what we are trying to do is grow the events that we like, that are manageable and run well on the site up to that capacity. Better?
Thank you.
To be fair, that is actually what I took you to mean, Alex. Yeah. your minder hasn't necessarily clarified that more. So I think I have some more questions, but the next question I want to ask is quite specific in this instance. I think it's very much can you appreciate the concerns that nearby residents do have to be going from one event that could be up to 14,999. For conciseness, can we just say 15k? And like, I know that it's 14,999, but just to save us some time and having to say 999. Can you understand that going from 1 to 3 and then also an additional 999 where they are seeing antisocial behavior, where they're seeing whether you agree with it or not, the perception of these things is obviously quite a concern. Can you see that leap is possibly of quite a concern?
I appreciate, and again, I'm going to say isolated incidents, non-crimed, never reported to the police, and things that we haven't been aware of, apart from one issue where we were made aware that someone had used someone's garden for the toilet, which we completely appreciate. Again, over multiple, as I've said, 2 to 3 events a year over 13 years, we have a list of 5 items on a board that we're discussing crime and disorder for. I don't see the police here telling us that we're operating incorrectly. I appreciate.
Sorry, can I just clarify that the police have even though it's not a formal representation, they have
They have
given a list
theori-
of concerns as well, and we are lending weight to that.
They,
as a,
they
as a
have
committee. We have to.
theorized at what could happen. Yeah. I mean, would you like to jump in, John?
I can only jump in on a legal point, and that is quite clearly, and I'm conscious you've just said that you're lending weight to what the police said. There is a very clear regime here in terms of licensing applications, and only those representations that are received that are valid and in time should be considered. I make my mark in relation to that, but the police representation, if you can call it that, I say you can't, the police comment, is perhaps in some respects taken out of context, and actually the police have had a very good relationship with the management here, and this is pure conjecture. If this happened, if that happened, one has to treat that police comment with a very large, I'd say, ladle of salt, not a pinch of salt, because it's not relevant to this application.
I'd like to follow that up and just say that as a statement, I spoke to that police officer because I have that relationship with all of the operations and licensing. He was very clear that he would not be attending because he doesn't feel there's a need to attend. He was asked to attend. He did not come. That was a statement of theory and no weight should be getting lent to it as per our conversation. He was happy for me to go on the record to say that we'd had that conversation. These are a list of things that could happen at an event, maybe. We can't be held to account to a list of maybes.
No, I will say he did offer to come in his and we in our reports he offered to come and he was quite keen to come actually. I think I can't speak for why he's not been invited to come, but that was the case. I do have some more questions, but I'm actually going to allow Councillor Dennis to, because she's got some questions as well, and I'll come back.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the chair was interrogating you quite intensely there. I want to take us back to something that came up in Mr. Payne's sort of initial submissions, specifically the condition that was offered up in respect of the main stage ceasing operation at 1 a.m. I think in order for us to accept that as an amendment, we need a bit more detail and flesh on the bones. So I was wondering if you've got specific wording in respect of the condition, as well as the days that would operate as well, because obviously we can have an event on Monday all the way through to Sunday. So would there be a variation to that 1 a.m. cessation time in respect of the main stage?
The 1 a.m. would be a 1 a.m. It would be irrespective of whichever day of the week it is. So it can be drafted very simply, the use of the main stage for the provision of regulated entertainment shall cease at 1 a.m.
Yeah. So I think, have we managed to capture that wording as a condition? If
it would be helpful, I
submitted?
can write it down.
That if you could write that down,
Of course, it's
and
not a
then
problem.
would that be properly submitted through to Sharon or to committee services? Or alternatively, it could just be passed over and we can incorporate it should we grant.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. And then following on from that condition, I think there was the point that the chair raised in respect of how this cessation of music on the main stage would interact with some of the other timings. So I guess there's a question of would the supply of alcohol cease in the event that the main stage operated, or are we remaining in the place that this is just merely a condition that's offered up in respect of that wider noise management picture?
Yeah. I think the instructions that I have is that the alcohol sales would remain as they are. We've not sought to change those in the variation. There's been no suggestion that an earlier hour of ceasing alcohol sales would actually have any benefit from the representations that have been received.
Lovely. Thank you for clarifying that, because I'm aware that was a point that we left hanging before we moved into other areas. The only other point of clarification that I would have on this is in respect of the increased size of the site to be contained and to be utilised for licensable activity. obviously every event is different. Land usage for every event is going to be different, but we have heard risks around, we've heard comments around noise impact, et cetera, to residents. Are there sort of any areas of the site that you think it would be beneficial for us, should we grant this variation to condition could only be used for certain licensable activities, or where licensable activities ought to end earlier than the broadly stated times in the license?
I'm right in thinking that the increased area is away from the village, isn't it? So I'm just taking instructions because my understanding is that the increased area is the area that's away from Bygrave. So actually, putting conditions on that would not have any significant benefit. I think if one were moving from the woodland area to the southeast, then yes, that might be a valid consideration, but that's not what's being applied for.
Okay. I'll broaden it out in sort of, in your view, are there any conditions in respect of how parcels and parts of the site are used that would benefit from us saying this area should not be used for licensable activity?
I'm not sure that that would add any value. I think the only way that value would be added there is as part of the planning process, so that each of the responsible authorities can look at the proposals for a particular event. And let's say, for example, there was a plan to move the main stage away from Bygrave to the northwest, then that would be something that would need to be assessed by all of the responsible authorities, because there would be major implications to that. So I think it probably wouldn't add value at this stage, but it would add value to be part of the event management plan and the consideration by the Safety Advisory Group.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's helpful and takes us back to the point of the site application versus event by event matters. Have any further questions, Chair?
Thank you. I will go to Councillor Brown in just a moment. I just want to clarify regarding the police submission. We will take consideration of, not lend weight in regards to a decision. I misspoke. That's my fault, and I do apologise. But I want to clarify that for you, because I immediately turned, as you might see, I immediately turned and went, I said the wrong thing. But I really want to clarify. We really wouldn't. Can I go to Councillor Brown, please?
Yes, just a question around the premises are open to the public. It looks like you're proposing to reduce those slightly. So currently, public can come and go anytime, Monday to Sunday, and you're reducing that slightly. So it's, they can't come and go when they like on Monday to Thursday, but they can still come and go all night, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Would you, can you please comment on that? I'm just have a bit of a concern around people being able to exit and then enter the site at all times of day and night. Would you consider reducing further Friday, Saturday and Sunday?
Because of this variation. That's the question. Would we reduce because of this variation?
Well, it's impossible, because if they're camping, you can't tell them they can't come and go. That's what's the word?
Ultra
False imprisonment.
False imprisonment.
False imprisonment. There you go. I mean, I think we have reduced those as in during the weekday again as a show of good faith and are moving away from. But if we have a camping event from Friday to Sunday, we can't. It would be, from a security aspect, trying to tell someone they cannot leave the site. If they've decided to go home, they have to be allowed to go home. You know, okay. We always channel our ingress and egress away from primary times, as previously discussed. And, you know, there's a whole work in progress there. But literally, to have a stipulation that says you cannot come in or cannot, you know, we would end up with cars on the road outside because we're not letting them into the site, you know, and predominantly, and also people, you know, saying I'm leaving anyway. So it would be actually impossible, I'm afraid.
But it does nicely lead into my next question. That, you know what, that wasn't a 1-2 act, but it worked out really well. On that basis, that people can come in and go as they please, and obviously on the basis that many of your attendees will be drinking and therefore not driving, They won't necessarily be able to get taxis at any time, etc. and so on. Obviously the risk of antisocial behaviour if they're walking through villages is potentially rises. I think that's fair to say. Therefore, I think that it would be sensible that possibly you have some sort of security provision, rangers, let's say, in some of the villages. Would that be something that you would be minded to accept as a condition?
It's all, so let me start with the management of people, the what we call transport management side of things. For bigger events, and I'm going to suggest we are now looking at north of 5,000 pick up, drop off, taxi rank, coaches during times, and again all through the SAG process, agreed with GTR, agreed with highways, etc., etc. There is never an option for walking down the dark, narrow roads. I will tell you again, and I see your face, sir, that we did have a terrible day, which was the diesel shortage weekend, when we got 16 of 45 coaches and we got no taxis, and mum and dad very nicely still dropped kids off to the site and then wouldn't come back and get them. And it was fantastic. It was a very hard day's work. Everybody left the site safely. Again, I put my hands up to the isolated incidents and the fact that people walked across the fields. It is not a planned for operation ever. Yeah. But also, again, if someone says I am going to walk, I cannot physically stop, restrain, or force them not to. We do everything in our human power to make sure that that does not happen. And just coming back to what the actual question was, sir, on the bigger events, and I've heard one of the other side of the fence adhere to earlier, we have always put out a security vehicle that trundles around Newnham, Bygrave, Ashwell. It is a vehicle, and they may not see it every 30 seconds, but we have always put that out as part and parcel of wanting again to have a presence that hopefully is reassuring to our neighbourhood.
Thank you. So on the basis that you have a vehicle currently that goes around, would you be minded to have more vehicles stationed in those villages to ensure that antisocial behaviour isn't taking place, or at least to limit or mitigate the issue?
And this would be for the larger event that you're talking about, would it? Would be the 19,999?
Well, I think the events over 7,500. So whether it's 19,999 or 14,999. Yeah. Okay. So we can add. Brilliant. Can someone note that? Brilliant. Right, I do. I'm sorry. I do have some more questions. I've been noting a few things down. So, in respect of the events the event that is 19,999 and the events that would be 14,999. Do you have an idea of limiting the amount of days that those events could take place over?
Not until we know the type of event it is. So every event has, again, we're back to the what is it question.
But I suppose I'm asking, is there an upper limit of days that you would?
5. Yeah. 5.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I'm going to move on to back to transport slightly. In terms of your coaches, and I think there's been a slight identified potential issue, I'm going to say, because I think that's far more fair to say than an issue. Hitchin, obviously, to get from Hitchin to Baldock, you have to utilise the A505 and then probably the B656, or you have to go onto the A1. And then back onto the A505, or you continue on down and then onto the A507. So Hitchin has a potential issue in respect of the congestion, congestion, which can get to some points where it's incredibly bad. Would you consider, and I know obviously that GTR might have an idea of what they want, but we're talking about local communities that are affected here, and that's slightly different because train companies can say whatever they want in terms of where they would prefer you to pick up from a station. However, it's really the road network through our villages and through our towns that are going to be affected, not the train companies. So would you consider that Stevenage might actually be the better location purely because then you can jump straight onto the A1 from Stevenage?
So we would agree with you, and I'm going to draw you back again, we're guessing per event, yeah. Again, SAG process, GTR, highways, absolutely take into account local. I can tell you quite categorically, having spoken with Sean recently at GTR, they will not. So there's two bits. Low level events, they're happy for us to use Bygrave and use a tiny little shuttle bus. Baldock Station, even not Bygrave, sorry. Get me shot. And then big events, GTR are requiring that we use Hitchin. They will not countenance Letchworth. They will not countenance Stevenage due to traffic management and parking and planning. But I agree, we prefer Stevenage.
Fair enough. That's possibly a conversational argument for another room. Yes. No, I appreciate you answering that. I think that's I do want to touch slightly on the point about the bridleways because I think it is a fair point that obviously people do use the bridleways for walking, possibly for cycling. And if you're driving on them, then there is a potential danger there. So do you have marshalling on there? If not, I'm going to do it as a double just because it's much easier for the answer. If not, will you commit to putting marshals on the bridleways?
So firstly,
Safety.
Point of law is that because the bridleway is on the landlord's land, we are able to use it for vehicle traffic. Yeah. In 13 years, we would never and have never closed or caused an incident on the bridleway. They are always available. It is a requirement. We've never closed one. We've never asked to close one, and we always marshal them. So specifically, let me be specific about that. We marshal them at the point where there may or may not be a conflict between foot and vehicle. We do not marshal and Councillor Tyson raised the new bridleway that goes through the middle. Absolutely, it's on all our plans. It will not be obstructed. We wouldn't marshal that because it's on foot and it doesn't conflict with vehicles for the length of the woodland. But where it crosses over the road, we would expect to marshal it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I've come to the end of my questions. So aren't you lucky? No, thank you very much. Are there, I'm going to throw it quickly out. Are there any further questions from members of the panel? No. Okay. In which case, I'm going to have a very quick comfort break for anyone who needs it for 5 minutes. And then we will come to closing statements. So if we could just have a very quick 5-minute break, please. Hello, welcome back. Right, I just very quickly need to ask a question of clarification. Sorry, I've just been reminded. Because we spoke about the car park earlier, and I believe, Ms. Payne, you said that it was not to have licensed activity happen in the car park, but you were including it so that it could have conditions put on it. That's correct in what you said?
Yes.
Principally.
Principally will be used as a car park. Now, that's not to say that there wouldn't be some licensable activity taking place there, but that's not the intention at the moment.
Okay. I think I'm going to have to ask for clarification on if there were to be licensable activity on there, what would you be planning in that respect?
I wouldn't plan anything, but
Thanks. I think there's two bits to this. One, again, we're back to what does the event look like? The LARP, the reason that got included, I can quite easily tell you, is because the LARP guys, we're going to get into the semantics of LARP now. They have in character and out of character, and they wanted to have one side with the in character to have food and some licensable activities, and the other side to have the same thing. At the moment, we've compressed it all into the licensed area because otherwise we would be breaking the law. Also, from as my colleague mentioned earlier, even when the car parking is an adjunct to the licensed area, actually, if it's inside of the control of both SAG and everyone to discuss as part of the licensable area, it makes it easier for you guys. And from a security and management perspective, the enforcement, I'm going to call it enforcement of security issues, if there were to be any, is much easier to adhere to when you're on a licensed premises and you have much more recourse than if you're on a piece of ground when technically we're talking about trespass over breach of premises license and removal from a licensed premises. So from a security aspect, I always encourage any area that we're working on to be licensed.
Okay, thank you. And just to quickly clarify, for the LARP one, can that not be met within the capacity of the fairly large area that you've already got?
So again, we're into the semantics of in character and out of character. With such a small amount of people, you'd have to build a very big wall for them not to be able to see the other side. So we have one side of the belt of trees at the bottom is currently out of character, no licensable activities in the car park, camping, parking, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so in this specific instance then, would the car park, in terms of being included in a licensable area, but for the specific needs of what you're describing, we could limit then the kinds of licensed events? Would that be something that you'd be content with?
You're asking me to forecast the future. You know, in the nicest possible way. What we've looked to do is give ourselves maneuverability while staying within the terms and conditions of the overall license.
Okay. I'll leave them.
Given that the area is the further area away from the area where those who are making representations live, there would need to be a very good justification for that. At the moment, I can't see that there's any evidence for limiting those licensable activities in that area.
Thank you. Right, we are going to go to closing statements, but I want to ask a very specific point of, question for both sides of this room. And I want to be very, very, very clear. We have not reached any decision. We have not discussed anything. We have not determined anything thus far. However, I'm going to ask this now. So as a possible means to reach a compromise position between the two sides, I need to ask, would both parties be open to the potential of a lower increase to the number of larger events that you're requesting for one, but still an increase? This is all potential, but with the possibility, with the added benefit that you get that part of it, with the operating hours reduced slightly as a possibility.
The lesser number of events, the answer is no. In terms of the hours, I think it rather depends what that is.
Okay. Thank you. In which case, we will now go to our closing statements. Does the licensing officer have any final submissions they wish to make to the subcommittee?
Yes, I do actually. A couple of points I'd like to make, please. I'd like to clarify a few points that have been raised. Firstly, it concerns notices, as in the blue notice that contained missing information for this variation. There is case law on notices to say that minor omissions / errors do not invalidate the process, and the fact that so many have objected shows that the notice did the job. The case law is Funky Mojo, February 2014, in case you wanted to check that. But the case law decided at the High Court ruled that the procedural defects do not automatically render licence review proceedings invalid. This case law would be applied to this variation. The notice, although not fully detailed, was successful and worked in as much as the objectors saw it and were able to check the whole application on our website and submit their representations. Excuse me. The second point concerned the representations included in the application bundle, in the applicant's bundle. The applicant is entitled to use any information in the public domain to support their application. They are not restricted in the same way as responsible authorities and other persons. And then moving on, there is a right of appeal against the subcommittee's decision for any party to today's hearing. That appeal will be heard by the local magistrates court, which for this area is Stevenage. An appeal stating the grounds on which the decision is being appealed and accompanied by the appropriate court fee must be lodged with the clerk to the magistrates no later than 21 days after receipt of the written decision notice. At any stage after the grant of a licence, a responsible authority or any persons may request the licensing authority to review the licence if they believe one or more of the licensing objectives are not being met. The review is by way of an application served on the licensing authority, the licence holders and the responsible authorities. If the grounds for the review are deemed valid, there will be a 28 consultation period during which representations can be made similar to the recent application process. It's important to say that as we recently had a review hearing for this premises, another review cannot be raised on the same grounds. If there was another review, a hearing similar to today would be held where the subcommittee would have a number of options, including taking no action, amending timings or activities, suspending the licence or revoking the licence. Thank you.
Thank you. Do the other persons opposing the variation have any final submissions they wish to make to the subcommittee?
Yes, please. Okay, so thank you everybody for your time today and allowing us the opportunity to explain why we firmly believe that the application to vary the license should be rejected. Please can I remind you that this is agricultural, so zero rateable value land, not a showground, and not a permanent event site. So it hasn't gone through a formal planning application with the full consultation that would entail. And everything has to be brought in and taken away for every event. So even the role play, we've been told that there'll be a week's build up and a week afterwards of it being taken away, just to put it into context. So until 2021, there had only been one event a year at the site. And that was the first time we even became aware that the license permitted more than one event each year. And that's really important. So one of the representations against this application for the variation to license makes it very clear that they've never complained before. So they can put up with it once a year, but when it starts to become multiple times throughout the year, then their view changes, and I think lots of us feel the same way about that. The current licence is very wide-ranging, so allowing unlimited events for up to 7,500 people and one event each year for between 7,500 and 15,000 people. And this goes way beyond what was envisaged under Section 10 of the Statement of Licensing Policy. So I'll just read out the final sentence. So whilst a one-off event may cause some reasonable disturbance, it would be more tolerable than an event lasting multiple days or occurring numerous times throughout the year. So we already have numerous times throughout the year and multiple days. I appreciate we are where we are with the existing license, but I really would appeal to you not to make it worse by allowing more and large events, which would all be multiple days. That's already been confirmed. The large ones would be multiple days. I'm not aware of any rural location in the UK, so I've been looking at large events that holds more than one festival in any one year. So festivals and other events are already causing significant and entirely unreasonable disturbance for local people. They're adversely impacting people's lives and people's well-being, so please don't make this worse. And licensing policy looks to balance any reasonable disturbance against the benefits of the district, especially the local community. And most of these events are attended by people from outside the community. And that was particularly the case last year when we had events move from Winchester and Hounslow at very, very short notice. Until the licence holder has proven that they can hold large events at this site, it's irrelevant what's happened at other sites. It's this site. All sites are different and all events are different. Without any issues, I really believe that no consideration should be given to allowing more and larger events. And then maybe, just maybe, it would be appropriate to consider allowing one larger event, but not multiple large events, and not without restriction on the number of events in total, which is the more standard licensing policy that we have in North Herts and more generally in the UK. Again, remembering the wording of section B10. The changes you are being asked to approve today would make things much worse for local people. And I understand that if a change is made today to the licence, then the modifications agreed last month by the Licence Review Subcommittee, modifications to address proven breaches of the licensing objectives, would not be put in place. So modifications that would significantly improve matters for local people. So I can just ask you just yet again, please, please don't agree to this application to vary the licence. Don't make things worse for people. Please help them to become better.
Thank you. I will now go over to the premises license holder and the representatives to have any final. Oh, sorry, Tom. I do apologise.
Yeah, just a few words to follow that up. Thanks for everyone for attending today and all the hard work that's gone into this again. And I hope that all the members have had a chance to look carefully at the policies in section G of the Statement of Licensing Policy, which concerns large-scale events in particular. And you see from that our definition of a large-scale event actually starts with a capacity of just 500, which seems like peanuts now compared with what we've been talking about. I think the variation should be refused. There's no evidence that the local infrastructure can cope with it, even with an event for 15,000 people, which the licence has always allowed. Never mind the 20,000 maximum in the proposal. There's no evidence that it would be possible to move that many people in and out of the site safely and without causing gridlock or mayhem on the rural road network. It's virtually impossible to imagine a shuttle bus service bringing that many people to the site from Hitchin station without causing problems in the town and along the narrow rural lanes to the event site as well. Public transport to this site isn't really a viable option at all on the scale proposed by the variation. There are environmental consequences to this, of course, with regards to the district's carbon footprint in particular, with having thousands and thousands of people travelling into the area by private car, maybe a small number by bus. The police have expressed their concerns about their ability to cope with the events of the scale proposed. It's not hypothetical or speculative. And I'll repeat that G6.1.3 says, given the potential impact on the licensing objectives of a large-scale event, the council will place significant weight on any representation received from the police and will give serious consideration to refusing the application unless the concerns raised in the representation are fully addressed. On the subject of the bridleways, I think that the relevant rights of way officer should be included in all conversations about the premises and the licence where vehicle traffic is directed to cross or share the use of a public right of way, assuming that isn't already the case. And steps must be taken to ensure that people are safe when using the public rights of way at the site. I'm still concerned about the safeguarding of children. If children are to be admitted to events on a frequent basis, as seems to be the case, and overnight events in particular, there must be a demonstrable awareness by the licence holder of safeguarding issues, and measures must be put in place to protect children from harm. And I'm not quite sure to what extent that's the case already, because I haven't had sight of the safeguarding plan. But we are 3 weeks ahead of the first such event, which is a camping event for 4 nights, I think. I think that the council's planning enforcement team needs to start talking to the licensing team about how they intend to deal with violations of the 28-day law on the change of land use, should they occur. That law is the only protection that local residents have against events being held every week and the nuisance and disturbance that they potentially cause. And the events proposed for 2025 already appear to exceed that 28-day limit. Proper consideration must be given to the local community, people in Newnham, Bygrave and Ashwell, many of whom, I'd say most of whom, have no strong, in principle, objection to the use of the site for events, but who fear that the licence holder seeks to hold more and more events there every spring and summer. And what started out years ago as an annual one-off party is turning into something else, where there used to be a fair degree of good-natured tolerance for the amateurish Farfest. Now there's more resentment at the number of events coming in and the unreliable communications that recently have made it impossible to be sure when they're going to happen. And then there's the conflict that we've already just heard about with the all-important policy B10. The licence holder has recently claimed their intention to focus on family-oriented events rather than music festivals. But it's quite difficult to square that aspiration with the application before us and its obvious intent to clear the way to hosting more and bigger festivals. And Gareth talks about small-scale niche events being the way forward, but if that were the case, you wouldn't really need to have quite so many large-scale events, and we don't need to have any more, in my opinion, than are already allowed under the current licence. So I ask you to please reject this application.
Thank you. Could I please go over to the premises licence holder and their representatives if they have any final submissions they wish to make to the subcommittee?
Chair, indeed. Let me take your attention to what this application is and what it isn't. This application is an application to increase the licensed area, to increase the number of events over 7,500 up to 14,999, and to have one up to 19,999. It is also an application which seeks to impose new conditions upon the licence. That is the package that is before you. This is not an application from the outset for a new licence. This is not an application to consider those events under 4,500 attendees. It is something entirely different. And I would ask you to focus your attention on that application and the implications that arise from those changes and nothing else. Now, I could say to you that the events in the past have always occurred on a day that's been sunny. I could say to you that nobody's had any problems trying to get in, and that somebody said to me that they had a wonderful time and that there were no issues of crime and disorder. you would be quite right to look at me with some eye of skepticism and say, well, where's your evidence for that? Well, we've heard comments today, such as that someone was kept awake the whole night. We know quite clearly that music doesn't go on all night long. We've heard there was a suggestion that someone will get no sleep between Thursday to Sunday. Clearly, over that number of days, that's not a correct statement. We're told that the taxi services will not cope or cannot cope, with no evidence provided on that whatsoever. Now, quite clearly, this committee has the job of weighing the evidence, and I don't need to remind you of the Thwaites case and what that says about evidence. You have to weigh the evidence that you have available to you. The evidence that's been provided by the licence holder consists of a number of statements from some very accomplished and very expert individuals who have organised events over many years, and certainly at this site for 13 years. To counter that, we have a variety of comments and hearsay and a number of suggestions about what might happen. Now, I realise that this is not a court of law, but if it were a court of law, then you would be looking for a clear statement. You would be looking for witnesses to attend to make their points. What we have here are two persons representing all those that have made representation, not a whole room full of people who are disturbed by not being able to sleep between Thursday through to Sunday, or not being able to sleep all night long. One has to question the weight of that evidence. One has to question also, I'm afraid, Mr. Tyson's submissions. I refer to him as Mr. Tyson, but I should perhaps refer to him as Councillor Tyson, because that is the way that he portrayed himself throughout proceedings. He said, although he lived in the vicinity, he was not making it as a local resident. Now, quite clearly, that brings with it some very serious matters, because as a councillor, he should be portraying the needs and aspirations of those in his ward equally. And we've not heard one word, not one word, positive about the benefits that this site and these events bring. You've heard from Mr. Farr about the local businesses that see opportunities, but we've not heard one word. That brings into doubt all of the representations that have been made against this application. And I ask you to weigh very carefully in your mind the strong evidence that you have against that for the application to be granted. You have the noise reports, you have the traffic management reports, but more importantly, you have no representations. I make that point again. You have no representations from the responsible authorities. Now, I make a great deal of that because at the end of the day, the experts in deciding whether something is a nuisance, whether something is going to cause traffic problems, whether something is going to cause impact on health, is the remit of those responsible authorities. And that doesn't take anything away from the powers of the panel to make a decision, but it gives the evidential base upon which a sound decision should be made. And what we have here are some conjectural comments from the police, which cannot be taken as representations. You've heard that they actually have no objection to the application from what Mr. Winsford said about the conversation that he had. What we have is a history of well-run events. Yes, there have been minor issues over 13 years, but they are a handful of issues. And by and large, the events at this site have been well run. That is evidenced, to use that word pointedly, by the Safety Advisory Group minutes and by the lack of a responsible authority here today to make any comments on the application. So for that reason, we do understand that there are concerns. This can be an emotive matter, but it would not be right to say that those concerns have demonstrated that there has been, as suggested, a breach of the licence. There has not. There has been no enforcement action taken whatsoever. Indeed, the licensing committee that considered the review did not say that there was a breach. What it said was that it tried to steer a line between the concerns of those that made representation, or those that applied for the review, I should say, and made representations, and the license holder. There was not a breach. That is really quite an important matter. The matter for breach is a matter for the magistrates' court. We're not in the magistrates' court at this stage. It would, of course, be wrong of me not to mention the situation which you are fully aware of with a review, and that there is the potential still of an appeal against that decision. We hope that this matter can actually be resolved today simply by approving the application that we've sought, which takes account of the concerns of those living nearby. It pulls back the hours of licensable activity. It imposes new restrictions. It puts the remit fair, square, centred where it should be, with the Safety Advisory Group and the responsible authorities who act and sit as independent parties on all this. You've heard from both sides here. Don't take our word for it. I could convince you with all sorts of words, I'm sure, and the representatives could try and convince you with all sorts of words, but take the words from the responsible authorities which are absent. They have no objections. They are content with this application being granted. So with that in mind, we ask you to grant that application today with those two variations. And I've handed up words in terms of the main stage closing. I hope that's of some assistance to you, but this is quite clearly an application that should be granted. There is nothing of any substance that would warrant a refusal of the application, and a refusal to accept those additional conditions that actually were proposed by the responsible authorities from the outset when matters were being considered and pre-consultation was taken. Chair, councillors, I'm grateful for the time today. I'm conscious we've not quite outdone the record, but we've done a fair amount of time today. So if I could commend the application to you.
Thank you. Could I please invite the legal advisor to summarise any legal issues that have been raised at this hearing?
Chair, I think all the other matters that have arisen have all been dealt with as we've gone through. Obviously, there is the issue about the police representations, and you've clarified your stance on there. I don't really have anything else to address as much at this stage.
Thank you. Thank you. I still need to ask this question though. Do members have any questions for the legal advisor? No. Okay. In which case, I would like to invite the committee member and scrutiny manager to explain the next part of the process, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the subcommittee will now be retiring to make their decision in private. Public in attendance and viewing the meeting online are welcome to wait and listen to the decision. However, this might take some time. Once the subcommittee has made its decision, this will be announced in the council chamber and via the YouTube stream. If members believe the decision will take too long to avoid parties waiting, they may decide not to announce the decision live today. If this is the case, an announcement will be made to this effect by the subcommittee and the meeting will be closed. The decision will then be announced in writing within 5 working days of this meeting. Members of the public in person should not approach or communicate with members of the subcommittee during this decision-making process. Can I please ask members of the public to remain in the chamber until members of the subcommittee have left the committee with the committee clerk into a private room? Thank you.
Literally reading out this whole thing, but I don't want any, just want to accidentally. Are we on now? Should be here,
To stop.
Very live stream, it still says on. Well, okay, thank you. Thank you for everyone for waiting around, and to those who are watching at home, waiting maybe, they are. Right, I'm going to read the whole thing out from top to bottom. So this is the decision notice on the hearing date, 13th of March 2025, with the members of the panel, Councillors Ruth Brown, Elizabeth Dennis, Stephen Patmore, Alistair Willoughby. The licence holder is A and WA Far Limited, premises address Bygrave Plantation, land adjacent to 1 Caldecott Road, Newnham, Hertfordshire, SG7 5JZ, with their date of application 6th of December 2024. The decision. This is an application for a variation of an existing premises licence under Section 34 of the Licensing Act 2003. The terms of the variation refers to the amendments to the variation licence submitted by the applicant on 4th of March 2025. The subcommittee has read the material presented to it and has listened to all the evidence and submissions. The subcommittee has considered the national guidance and the statement of licensing policy and has come to the following decision. The subcommittee has decided to grant the application in part, subject to the amendments to the licensable activities and timings and additional conditions outlined below. The licensable activities and timings, Section E, live music indoors and outdoors, Monday 12 to 10 p.m. 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. Tuesday 12 till 10 p.m. Wednesday 12 till 10 p.m. Thursday 12 to 11 p.m. Friday 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning. Saturday 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning, and Sunday 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. The timings for any event evening leading into an English bank holiday should be extended to 1 a.m. the following morning. Section F, recorded music indoors and outdoors, Monday 12 till 10 p.m. Tuesday 12 till 10 p.m. Wednesday 12 till 10 p.m. Thursday 12 to 11 p.m. Friday 11 to a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning. Saturday 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning. Sunday 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. The timings for any evening leading to an English bank holiday should be extended to 1 a.m. the following morning. Section I, provision for late night refreshments. We just to note that the times applied for in the variation application had timings that were not licensable for late night refreshments, and so we have made sure that they are correct on here. So Thursday 11 p.m. to 12 p.m. Friday 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. the following morning. Saturday 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the following morning. Sunday 11 a.m. to 4 a.m. 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. the following morning. Conditions deemed appropriate for the promotion of the licensing objectives. The subcommittee recognises that conditions will only be imposed on the licence where conditions are appropriate for the promotion of one of the 4 licensing objectives. The subcommittee will only impose conditions on a licence where relevant representations have been made, and it considers that it is appropriate to impose conditions as a result of these representations. The following conditions are each considered appropriate by the subcommittee to promote the licensing objectives of prevention of crime and disorder, public safety, prevention of public nuisance, and protection of children from harm. Operating schedule conditions 1 proposed within the variation application have been amended by the subcommittee as follows. This licence may be used for two events per calendar year with an intended capacity of between 7,500 persons and 14,999 persons. Roman numeral for 1. The premises licence holder will provide notification of such events to the licensing authority, Ashwell Parish Council, Bygrave Parish Council, and Newnham Parish Council no later than 6 months prior to the commencement of the event, save where agreed with the Safety Advisory Group. This notification will provide the name of the event type, including licensable activities and relevant zones to be used within the site, the date of the event, including start and finish times, and the anticipated capacity of the event. 2, the premises license holder will provide a draft event management plan, EMP, to all responsible authorities no later than 6 months prior to the commencement of the event. The EMP will be regularly updated in accordance with the requirements of the operating schedule conditions, and a final version will be agreed in writing with all responsible authorities no later than 28 days prior to the commencement of event build-up on site. The final agreed EMP will be attached to the premises license as part of the operating schedule, and its requirements will form license conditions. 3, the premises license holder shall offer to engage on a remunerated basis the services of an officer from the responsible authority for minimising or preventing the risk of pollution of the environment or of harm to human health to conduct noise monitoring of the event. Operating Schedule 1C. Any request to submit late documentation and or late notice events must be submitted to SAG and considered by SAG in accordance with the EMP. Additional conditions imposed by the licensing subcommittee. The premises license holder shall provide for a security patrol for security patrol vehicles to be stationed in and around the immediate vicinity of the villages of Bygrave, Newnham and Ashwell for events in excess of 3,000 tickets sold or supplied for any event. Any event held at the licensed premises shall not exceed 5 calendar days. The premises license holder has offered up the following conditions to assist in the promotion of the licensing objectives. The use of the main stage for the provision of regulated entertainment to cease at 1 a.m. Additional conditions proposed by Senior Environmental Health Officer and agreed with by the premises license holder ahead of this hearing. PS1, event management plan. The premises license holder shall submit a draft event management plan to the Council's Environmental Health Officer no later than 3 calendar months prior to the commencement of the event, and a final management plan no later than 28 days prior to the commencement of the event build-up on site. The final EMP will form part of the operating schedule conditions of the licence. In the event that the final EMP does not appear to adequately identify and mitigate the public safety risks of an event of this nature, the event will not proceed until such time that the EHO, that's Environmental Health Officer, notifies the licensing authority in writing that they believe the EMP is adequate. This condition places no liability on the EHO for the safety of the event. It merely confirms that the EMP would be suitable for an event of this nature, assuming that the event organisers implemented the content and continue to review the public safety risks throughout the event. PS2, event management plan. Demonstrate that suitable arrangements are in place for operating a safe event in accordance to the timescales in PS1, or it shall not go ahead. To demonstrate suitable arrangements for the management of a safe event, an event management plan shall be prepared that is not limited to but includes the following. A scaled site plan showing how each of the licensed area will be used, identification of all structures, access routes, and ingress/egress points. B, a table listing all areas and the spaces allocated to each. C, roles and responsibilities of all key personnel responsible for managing the event, including names and contact numbers, plus backup contacts in the event of their non-availability. D, risk assessments for all activities relating to the event. E, full details of security and stewarding arrangement means for giving warning of an emergency, including initiating and effecting of any evacuation, including from structures. Detail of crowd management, including capacities and how these will be monitored, and evacuation times from each of the area of the site to allow for safe and quick. 2, details of all proposed safety barriers and fencing to be erected on site, including the positioning. 3, details of proposed special effects, including fireworks, lasers, dry ice and special lighting effects, and proposed safety arrangements associated with their use. 4, details for managing all traffic and vehicle movements on site, including within parking areas during the event build-up phase, during the event, and during the site breakdown phase. 5, management arrangements for site access and egress, including special arrangements for emergency vehicles. 6, layout and facilities in any campsites and management arrangements for camping areas, including policies on campfires and barbecues. 7, smoking policy in the licensed area. 8, medical and first aid provision. 9, details of electrical installations for the event, including generators. They should include how cable hazards will be avoided and measures to prevent members of the public from interfering with any parts of the electrical installations. 10, provision of artificial lighting to all parts of the licensed area, including emergency lighting. 11, arrangements for the provision of sanitary accommodation, including toilets, washing facilities, and washing up facilities, plus methods for the disposal of wastewater. 12, arrangements for the management of sanitary accommodation during the event. 13, details of the water supply and network available at the event. That comes under BS 8551. PS3, temporary demountable structures. The premises license holder shall submit a scale plan showing the location of all proposed temporary demountable structures within the license area no later than 28 days prior to the commencement of the event build-up on site. Details of these structures will include 1, a plan to a suitable scale indicating the location of all such structures. 2, a description and type of each structure. For non-standard structures, a detailed design statement should accompany the description. 3, the persons responsible are identified and their competency proven for the 1, construction of each structure. 2, sign off each structure, including the format of the certificate. The term sign off refers to written documentation that states that the structure is safe and fit for the proposed purpose and identifies any limitations. 3, for non-standard structures or designs, those responsible for third-party accreditation with regard to design and sign off. 4, for monitoring the structure during the license period. And then we go into one location availability of the sign off for use completion certificates. 2, monitoring of structures in line with the risk assessment. 3, details of the limitations placed upon the structure other than wind speed. 4, details of limiting wind speeds for each structure, the method of assessing the wind speed during the event, and what actions to be taken at relevant speeds. PS4, water management plan. The premises license holder is to provide a water management plan for their event to the commercial team, environmental health, no later than 28 days prior to the commencement of the event. This plan should contain but not be limited to 1, the source of water, mains or private water supply. 2, a schematic of the water distribution network and drainage arrangements. 3, contingency arrangements for failure of supply. 4, drinking water testing arrangements. 5, calculation that the water supply is sufficient for activities on site during peak demand. 6, assurance that any person responsible for commissioning or working on the water supply network is suitably competent. A suitably competent person is a member of WaterSafe or hold equivalent accreditation details. 7, assurance that any person responsible for commissioning or working on the water supply network provides water in accordance with BS 855, provision and water management of temporary water supplies and distribution networks. The water provision will be via mains water. The premises license holder must inform the water undertaker at least 28 days prior to the commencement of the event. PS5, high-risk food traders. The premises license holder should provide relevant information to the commercial team, environmental health, regarding high-risk open food traders. Information provided to North Hertfordshire District Council's environmental health commercial team should be provided in the manner detailed below. 1, name of food trader. 2, registered name of food address. 3, registered address of food business, including postcode. 4, food hygiene rating and date awarded. 5, type of food sold. 6, inspecting authority. For traders as above, there is a note: high-risk open food traders, food businesses that sell prepared foods that are non-ambient stable, must be kept cold or hot for safety, and or are unwrapped foods directly handled by staff. PS6, multi-agency meetings. The premises license holder will ensure that a schedule of multi-agency meetings are held on site before and during the event, and that a full multi-agency debrief is held as soon as possible, but no later than 3 months after the event taking place each year, as requested by the Safety Advisory Group. PS7, safety officer. A competent, suitably experienced and qualified safety officer be appointed for assisting in the planning, build, and during the event. Effect of failing to comply with conditions. The effect of failure to comply with any of the conditions attached to the license or certificate is a criminal offence, which upon conviction could result in an unlimited fine of up to 6 months imprisonment or both. Statutory guidance considerations. I apologise because there's going to be a lot of numbers being thrown at you. Statutory guidance considerations. The subcommittee has taken into account the guidance issued under Section 182 of the Licensing Act 2003, December 2023 version in reaching its decision. It has found the following sections to be of particular relevance in reaching this decision. Sections 1.3, 1.4, 1.5, 1.17, 1.19, 2.1, 2.9, 2.16, 2.21, 2.22, 2.23, 2.24, 2.25, 2.26, 2.27, 2.28, 8.13, 8.14, 9.12, 9.30, 9.42, 9.43, 9.44, 10.8, 10.9, 10.10, 10.18, 11.10, 11.17, 11.19, 11.20, 11.23, 13.10. Licensing policy considerations. The subcommittee has taken into account the North Hertfordshire District Council statement of licence policy in reaching its decision. They have found the following sections to be of particular relevance in reaching this decision. Again, apologies, this is going to be a lot of numbers and letters. Sections B6, B8, B10, D1.4, D1.5, D1.6, D2.1, D2.2, D2.4, D2.5, D2.6, D2.8, D2.9, D2.11, D3.1, D3.2, D3.3, D3.4, D6.2, D6.3, D6.4, D6.6, D6.7, D6.8, D6.9, D8, D8.1, D8.2, D8.3, E1.3.1, E1.312, E1.3.3, E2.1, E2.2, E2.4.1, E2.5.1, E2.7.1, E3.1.1, E3.1.2, E3.1.3, E3.1.4, E3.1.5, E3.2.4, E3.9.1, E3.9.3, E4.1, E4.6.7, E4.11, F3.4, F3.5, F7.4, F7.5, F8.1, F8.2, G1.5, G1.6, G1.8, G2.2, G2.3, G2.6, G2.7, G2.8, G2.11, G3.1, G3.2, G4.2, G6.1.1, G6.1.2, G6.1.3, G6.2.1, G6.2.2, G6.2.3, G6.4.1, G6.4.2, G6.4.3, G6.4.5, G6.6.1, G6.6.2, G6.6.4, G6.6.5, G6.6.7, G6.7.1, G6.7.2, G6.7.3, G6.7.4, G6.7.5, G7.1.1, G7.1.2, G7.1.5, G7.3.1, G7.3.1, G7.3.2, G7.3.3, G7.3.4, G7.3.5, G7.4, G7.4.1, G7.4.2, G7.4.3, G7.4.4, G7.4.5, G7.4.6, G7.4.7, G7.6, G8, G9, O1.104.2.1. Okay, so that's a rationale for decision. One, in coming to its decision, the subcommittee has listened to the comments addressed by both parties at this hearing. The subcommittee is mindful to strike a healthy balance between the needs of the premises licence holder to support their business, as well as the well-being and safety of the neighbouring community. Two, the subcommittee was particularly mindful of the concerns raised on behalf of residents by the other persons, as well as the statement provided by Hertfordshire Conservative in respect to public nuisance and antisocial behaviour. Three, the subcommittees refused the variation to amend the licensable area. It has been noted the applicant indicated the primary purpose for this area was for car parking and camping, which is not a licensable activity. Any activities in this area can be addressed within the EMP, TMP, and in conjunction with SAG. To be clear, TMP is Traffic Management Plan for those. Four, the subcommittee acknowledged the condition offered up by the premises licence holder to cease the use of the main stage for the provision of regulated entertainment at 1 a.m. However, the subcommittee determined that the cessation of all live and recorded music at 1 a.m. will address the representations made in relation to noise nuisance and enable the promotion of the licensing objectives. Five, when determining the applicant's request for one event per year of up to 19,999 attendees, the subcommittee was mindful of the need to balance the business objectives of the applicant as well as the impact of these activities on residents living in a rural area. In reaching its decision not to permit an event of up to 19,999 attendees, the subcommittee was mindful of the evidence presented regarding traffic and concerns regarding the public safety of those attending an event of this scale and those living within the vicinity of the licensed premises. Albeit very mindful that no representations have been made at this time by the appropriate responsible authorities. Six, in reaching this decision, the subcommittee was also mindful that the licence holder has presented a business case informing that there are two potential events that could exceed 7,500 persons, but not yet reach the full capacity currently licensed at 14,999 persons. The subcommittee is acknowledged by agreeing a variation in part to allow 2 events of up to 14,999 persons. This will support the sustainable growth of the business while balancing the needs of the community proximate to the site. Commencement date, this decision takes immediate effect. Rights of appeal. An appeal may be made against this decision by the holder of the premises license or any person that made a relevant representation in relation to the application. The appeal and appeal fee must be lodged with the clerk to Stevenage Magistrates Court no later than 21 days after the day on which the parties were notified by the licensing authority of this decision, which is today. Rights of review. At any stage, following the grant of a premises license, a responsible authority such as the police or any other person, such as the president affected by licensable activities at the premises, may apply to the licensing authority to review the license because of a matter arising at the premises in connection with any of the 4 licensing objectives. The review is a request for the council to look at the existing license and decide whether its conditions are adequate to meet the 4 licensing objectives defined under the Licensing Act 2003. Thank you very much for everyone who stuck around and for everyone who came along. I'm going to call this meeting to a close. Thank you very much.